kuten mainitsit, Göteborg, Björstad, Månsson, Fast, Lundanes, Porvoon viime vuoden voittajat puolustamassa voittoa. Ja Kalevan Rasti suomalaisista viime vuonna hienosti kolmas. Kalari Haakatei Miistynen. Onko siinä se suomalaisten kopivisio?
Voi olla. Kyllä tämä suosituskin tulossa, että jää nähtäväksi. Kyllä sinne nostaa se suomalaisten sitten myös Tampereen ikimenestyjät ja niitäkin joskus Kyysässä niin mahto nostaa siellä Norttakavalla linnan päässä kiinni Venla Relay. Ja erittäin mielenkiintoinen joukkue, että Lahden suunnistelee Tarina Uskotti tuolla verittelee sitten Sarnakaappila nimikautti kolmannella
This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by T-Cartor and Lumonite.
Jonas, hi and welcome to Jukala.
Thank you.
So this is kind of a big fest here in Finland, biggest orienteering relay of the year. So what about your feelings now?
Oh, it's so wonderful when you come here. I checked a little bit the social media before. When you scroll through the timeline, you see many of the runners putting up it's the best day of the year coming. And I feel that as well. It's really a nice feeling when you get to the competition center and it's Jukala Venla Day.
Yeah, for all those of you who are not here, it's like a really long airfield. And well, there are not airplanes right now, but it's like 3 kilometers long. So what was it like to see all the tents?
Yeah, I mean when you enter the competition area, you go on the runway of the airport here, and then you have this 3 kilometer long way up to the competition center, and with every step you get closer, you hear the speaker a bit better, you get this feeling, the tents build up on the side. It's like with every meet you get closer to the feeling that you have on competition day, and that was just great.
Yeah, and then you just start seeing people taking photos, smiling, hugging friends. It's really the atmosphere that is quite unique. We will soon start with the Venla Relay, and they have already been there running quite a long time and preparing themselves. What are your thoughts now before the Venla Relay? What kind of terrain are we expecting?
It is special. Unfortunately, I haven't been out there, but I mean, as you said, the teams that get here, I mean, the Finnish teams, they might have been here to prepare before, they know the terrain a bit. Swedish teams, Norwegian teams, they get here usually half a week before, try to train in similar terrain. It is very flat today. It's a bit green and bushy as well, which can, of course, be a bit of a trouble for the runners, especially when you lose control a little bit. You don't have the contours to navigate with today, and that's going to make it very difficult, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say about the 2.5 meters. How common is that?
Yeah, I mean, 2.5 meters, and you don't have a lot of contours anyway, so that's very special. I think, especially in this bigger relays, usually you want to have, or you often have like hills and route choices around hills and stuff like that. That's not the case today. You have to rely on your compass, and you have to do the direction work properly today.
That will be really, really exciting. And yeah, as we know, the Finnish teams have been training here quite many times. We have had Viestiliiga in Finland many times nearby. What about the Swedish and Norwegian and the stars from other countries? Do they have any chances now against the Finns?
I would say so. I mean, if we look at the biggest favorites today, I would say Stora Tuna has a very strong team. For them, it will be all about the beginning. Can they be with the strongest teams on the first leg? If they are, then I think they're very hard to beat, because we have such a strong runner as Tove Alexandersson on the last leg. IFK Göteborg, very strong team as well. If we go to the Finnish teams, I would say there's a bit of a fight between Tampere Pyritä and Kalevan Rasti. Very experienced runners in both teams. It will be interesting to see how good they can perform. I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough to win the relay though. But of course, I mean, it's only 4 legs. A lot of things can happen. It's only if you have one mistake on one leg, it's so hard to get in contact with the leading teams again. So a lot can happen. If we go to Norwegian teams, for me, they are outsiders today. I would expect NTNU, Nydalen, and maybe Halden to be the strongest Norwegian teams. But I have a hard time. But there is another team. And they are strong, very strong, internationally experienced runners. They know the situation of being favorites in relays. As you said, they were running on the Viestiliiga many times, and they always say that we want to perform well. So they go with this attitude of they want to be a winner. So I think that's going to be interesting to follow.
That's a really interesting team. I was just going to say about Iktisa. And of course we have many other runners from several countries. This is a really, really big party, and you will also probably be seeing some runners that are maybe not competing from the top places. This is also a big party for those who are not there.
I mean, if you have never been at Jukkola or Venla, you should definitely go, because even if you're running in a top team and you're out in the forest, maybe not on the first leg, but you get later on, you see runners with backpacks, you see them walking, almost taking a picnic, talking to each other. It's not only an elite competition, it's really about everyone being in the same competition, and it's such a big party to be here. And when you get here, it's like coming to a very big music festival or something. It's so different to everything else in orienteering. Yeah, it's just great.
It is great, and we hope that we will be able to share you some of this festival experience, this super feeling that we are having here today and tonight. Welcome and join us.
Thank you.
So whilst Jonas nips off then back to the commentary box, we can talk you through the start then of this Venla Relay. And they mentioned the number of teams there. There's actually 1,426 teams on the start list. And Brinto itself has got 24 teams that are lining up here, and you can see nearly 1,500 teams then lining up here, getting to go. Some of those top teams are ones with the best qualification position, and from last year's race, they've got those low numbers. They've got the white vest. They've got the GPS tracking as well. And we're able to be bringing some of that. But this is kind of an indication of just how flat some of this terrain is around here. It's going to be where they are competing again. Those who've run Viesta Liga, as Jonas and Anna were mentioning, they will be more experienced on this, and it's very good. It's going to be very, very quick as well. Very, very quick running. We've got nearly 32 kilometres of orienteering split over these 4 legs for the Venla Relay. The shortest leg being about 6.8, 6.9 kilometres. That's the third one. The longest one, about 9 kilometres. That is the fourth and final leg. So some of those big hitters, the big international runners, tend to get place. And the whole relay should take about 3 hours in total. It is very, very quick, but it's an absolute huge site here, and it means that we can enjoy all of this atmosphere here as well as they start the relay. You can see everybody lining up in the bottom right picture. But these are some of the top teams then compared to those, compared to their results last year. So, of course, we've got some of our favourites being listed up here. What teams, were there any other teams you wanted to mention then, Jonas? Maybe some of those who had a poor result last year and maybe ought to do better this year, maybe something like Halden.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the team from Halden, they're very strong. But as I was into in the talk-up, I think we have so many top teams up there. And, I mean, they all have 4 very, very strong runners coming throughout the competition. So I have a hard time to see someone with maybe a bit of a lower number to be at least in the fight for winning. But definitely there are more teams than I was mentioning. There's Göteborg-Majorna, for example. They have quite a strong team. Nydalen has quite a good team. Ukolinia has a good team as well. It's so important to get a good start into the competition, and I think if you have a good start, and usually on the second and third leg you can go a little bit with the flow, and then suddenly you are up there and you're in the fight for a top 10 maybe, and you can do a good result. But it's a lot of pressure on the first leg runner, definitely.
And therefore, what kind of runner do you want to have on that first leg to give yourself the best start when there's 1,500 teams, basically?
I mean, if I could choose if I could set up a runner to run the first leg, I would say an experienced one, not one experienced in the way 42 years old or something, still around 30 years maybe, a lot of experience internationally, and still good physical skills, because usually the speed in the very beginning is very, very high. So you have to be in the game for the positioning, try to be somewhere between around 10 and 20 to see what happens in front of you, but also to not end up in the kind of nervous start that everyone has around you. And you need to have good physical skills to do so, and you need to have experience in order to look for the right position to run in. So this makes that's a good one.
And as you said, will the runners have those team tactics? As we see Cécile Clandry there, this is our kind of front row of teams lining up. Will they have tactics like that in terms of where they want to be in the pack?
I don't know. I don't think they have team tactics, but you as a runner, if you're selected to run the first leg, of course, you kind of prepare and you write down a little bit of a concept how you want to tackle that race, and then definitely you have points you want to pick to check off during your run. Usually, get a good route choice to the first one, then see the runners around you, decide what they are doing, or look at what they are doing, and then decide if you want to join or not. So, in that matter, but I don't think that anyone gets like a concept or a clear technical kind of work they have to do from the whole team. Maybe that the coach says something about how they want to, like how much risk you should take, but usually it's up to the runner himself or herself in that case here.
Yeah, and usually that's not really taking much risk at all, right? On especially those first couple of legs.
I mean, it's almost never taking risks in a relay. But if you have to take risks, then usually you don't have had a good start or a good competition anyway. But no, don't take any risk on the first leg. Definitely not.
No, and what is the atmosphere like as you see these runners lining up? What is it like for the athletes being in this kind of situation? Because you only really have it at Jukola when there's this many teams.
Usually it's a lot of anxiety involved with it. It's both. You're looking forward to it. It's very special to get to the competition area. But it's also a lot of pressure on the first leg runner, and especially for the one we had in the picture there, Rebecca Heinerup. You built the home performance of your team on that very first leg. Everyone behind you has to work with kind of the run you have done on the first leg, and it's a tough situation. It's also a bit special today because the weather has been changing a lot. It has been very, very sunny just 30 minutes ago, and now there is a risk that there could come a bit of rain as well. So it's quite a special atmosphere in the arena.
And then you have this music building up. You're seeing, people who you compete against on the international level either side of you, and that's got to be something quite strange as well.
Yeah, it's not only, usually when you're competing on the international level in a relay, then you know all the runners around you. Here, of course, if you're competing for a Swedish team or for a Finnish team, then you know other runners from that country, but there are many, many runners around here which are quite good in relays or can be kind of almost overperforming in relays, and you have so many runners around you that you don't really know. You might know the teams, but you don't know how the runners behave, how nervous they are when they get towards the control. It's something totally different. So it's not the same thing as if you run a big international competition as in a national team, when you exactly know how everyone else, what the skills are, how they behave, how experienced they are. So it's definitely special here.
So we've got about 3 minutes still to go to the start. And what's the atmosphere tend to be like? Can you imagine what it's like if you're number 200, 300, team number 1,000? What is that like?
I've actually never had it, so I can't really say how it is. But it's something, the runners here in front, they have a bit of time. Of course, you have to do a quick start in order to not get into any troubles, but you can imagine if you start in the middle of the field here, it's not only, it's hard to read the map and running out, but at one time you have to read the map, and the most crucial is to not lose your map. So because if you lose it, you have to wait until everyone has passed, and if you're lucky, then your map is still readable. If you fall, there are many runners coming behind you, and it's kind of dangerous, so try not to fall. And it's runners around you, a few want to go in front and want to overtake, and a few are maybe a bit slower, and you have to find a way how to get through. Everyone who is running has been participating in big kind of running competitions with many thousands runners. They know that situation when it's a few think that they are faster and than they are, and a few are a bit slower, and then at the same time you have to read the map again. So it's special, definitely.
Yeah, it's incredibly special, and obviously the map's now been given out. Such a big secret what the map is going to be. I mean, even previously when we've tried to get maps to go and pre-run, it's been there's been a lot of secrecy around them, and people going, why do you have a map? Why do you want a map? So obviously now they quite big maps in their hands, and you can see they're kind of counting down the seconds to go. About 1 minute to go then to the start, and we've got a lot of the teams, the seeded teams, then with these white bibs, they'll be tracked on the GPS as well. And obviously, we'll be able to show you some snippets of GPS throughout the broadcast. We can't say too much because we know people will be listening right now who are running later on. So we've got to be quite careful what we can describe. It's not quite like our usual broadcast from the World Cup or the World Championships.
We will come back to that later on. There is some information we can give you about that, but let's take the start first.
Yeah, let's take the start because we've got less than 30 seconds to go by my watch until the start. You can see that first row of 20 runners just getting ready. They've got their compasses out as well. And only 15 seconds to go. Nearly 1,500 runners there, 1,500 orienteers ready to go. And the start is going to be marked by the sound of a cannon. There it goes. They begin.
You could really feel that shot in the chair as well. I was sitting at here.
Amazing, amazing start
from the top teams.
And this is such a fantastic part of Venla and Jukkola, is seeing all of these runners going out into the terrain all together. It's such a fantastic mass participation event from those who are some of the best in the world, those who maybe don't do a whole lot of orienteering, and they're all now going out to tackle exactly the same challenge. You can see some of the top runners there. There's Eva Jokkerberg with Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, the Norwegian out there in front, number 1. Number 3, Calvin Rasti with the French athlete Cécile Calandry, also up near the top. And this is kind of what it's like to be running in the mix of that pack, maybe a little bit further back, and it's very exciting to see what these athletes are going to do then over these next 4 legs. 32 kilometres of orienteering, and we do have someone who's kind of gone off a bit of the front, but obviously the first few minutes is just everybody leaving our arena, heading out towards the start gate.
We have Tisaran there in the lead.
Ella Lane is there. It's of course first leg for Tisaran 2.
Yeah, maybe to get back again to what you were talking about with how much we are allowed to talk about the courses and everything. Beforehand we get the maps here, and then we have to sign every map in order, if you lose it, so you can track who it was who lost the map and everything. And then you have these special areas. We are only allowed to talk about terrain specific bits in very special marked areas on the map, so it's very restricted what you're allowed to say in this kind of relay here. And actually it's mostly in Jukkola. We never have that in that strict in any other competition, so this is very special. But of course, I mean, if you look at international broadcasts other ways, like in World Cup or World Championships, and of course all the other runners are in quarantine, and well, you don't want to put 10,000 runners in a quarantine, so
no. And why is it so strict? Why, if you even compare to Tiamila, why do you think the organisers take that approach?
I think it's a bit of a historical bit as well. It has always been very special and kind of a secret about the courses and about everything more or less. And of course it's a good thing because yeah, it would be a pity to give away the route choices on beforehand or too much about the terrain, and well, it's easy to avoid unnecessary things like this. So definitely a cool thing and very special here in Finland as well.
Yeah, and in the past past races. People have done their analysis, maybe kind of looking at past races or reflecting on their memories of running previously in preparation for this. There's sometimes some interesting forkings that go on. So, we can't talk too much about whether there are or not interesting forkings. But certainly that's always a big factor. But we've got these fantastic drone shots here to see this run out, and gives you kind of a little glimpse of the terrain and an idea of how it's splitting up as well.
Yeah, and you could see that this airport where we have the competition center is a little bit away from the forest, so it's quite a long transportation leg to the start point, but then also kind of the forest is not just around the airport. So in the beginning, as you can see it here, it's quite a lot of running.
Yeah, you can see just everyone kind of slowing down to cross over the ditch on towards the field. And I think we saw one of the top placed teams, Victoria Hestebjørnstad for IFK Göteborg there, crossing over with some of those placed in the teens as well. And they still flow out of the start then. You can see some of the runners emerging through the forest, some of those taking the road.
I can see it here. It's such a long transportation leg, but you can see that even if it's kind of transportation, you have different options. You can see runner from the left and from the right. You could see runners running through the forest from the starting point on the way to the first control. So quite differences, but of course not the terrain where you lose a lot of time.
And what is that going to do for these runners? They've got to, they know, especially the ones at the front, they've got to have such high speed because it is so transportation-y. Then when they hit the forest, do you think it's going to be more difficult?
Well, it's definitely difficult because it's such a risk to overpace in the beginning and try to fight for a good position, so that you might get in a situation where you don't get enough oxygen to your brain already early in the beginning. And of course, if you're not able to read the map properly, then you're in danger, in big danger. So you have to, even if it's just running, you have to be careful that you're not overpacing. That's very important.
And on this section where, you can see they're on the road, following ahead, how much will the runners, do you think, be looking at their maps, planning ahead, or will they just be putting a lot of their energy into looking, as we see Stora Tuna there, and actually just as we talk with, like, everyone else looking at their maps?
I think it's a lot of, here you can see, obviously it's not much of orienteering to do right now. I think you decide the route choice, then you execute it, you're running, and as soon as you have to, when you reach your attack point, then you switch again to kind of proper map reading. But at the point there, I think the runners, they're not overdoing the map reading bit, obviously, because when you read the map, you usually run a bit slower as well. And, slow running is not really the thing you have to do on this way to the first control.
No, you need to be absolutely, just keeping that speed high, keeping in control, and getting a good position as well. But this is some fantastic pictures then of the start. What a fun way to get the relay off and going, and just to see so many people together and checking their maps and everything. And being cheered out of the start as well. It's such a unique thing. So all calm at the arena then, and now as everybody has gone out, but this is the view of the changeover area. Of course, they'll pick up the next map, they'll do the changeover, and then the next athletes will head out into the terrain. And we've got so many kind of tents, these military tents here, the club tents that you can see on the left. It's a huge arena.
And you can see the parking there on the runway. It's maybe the best parking we have ever had in an orienteering competition. There is no risk to get stuck, even if it would be raining. But it's a long way. This runway is actually 3 kilometers long, even if it doesn't look like that. So if you're parking halfway away there, you still have 1.5 kilometers to go to the arena. So it's a huge, huge area here.
Yeah, the logo for Jukla and Venla this year shows those the airplane kind of reflecting the situation where we are, the kind of unique nature of this arena as well.
And very soon we should actually get the first runners to the first TV-controlled course planners. They expected the runners to be there after 11 minutes. So in about a minute they should be at that control. So I think we're going to switch out very soon. But of course it's right now it's an area. If they don't show it, then of course they want to kind of keep it secret to the next legs. But this is the first TV control here.
Yeah, we should see some of our first runners there very, very soon. We've got, looking at the GPS tracking panel, who's Vestivik, IFCO Göteborg, Ludinger, a lot of those teams making their way towards this point. So we should see them, or maybe hear them first, coming through to this point.
And of course, even if you have them on the GPS here, there are probably many teams without GPS devices that can show up. But as you said, Panorhus, I think I spotted Andrine Benjaminsen on the first leg. Westervik, I think they had Lina Eliasson. Now I'm just not looking it up, so don't take that information too seriously. But we will have them very soon in the picture, I guess. So 11 minutes was the guess, 11:25 is the time, so that's quite good.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Esponsunta, maybe.
Yeah, that's their second team.
Punched. Esponsunta second team, Västervik. IFK Göteborg, Lynx. The interesting part now, where is Stora Tuna? Here she is.
Yep.
Erika Heindrup.
Number 4.
21 seconds behind, very good start for the big favorites. You can see it from above, from the drone. And
at this point, it's a steady trickle of people coming through this control. It's not loads and loads of people. Is that maybe because there's been like quite that long section of hard running at the start?
Definitely. I mean, if this is really making a difference between the top runners and, well, yeah, the runners a bit behind. Here I think we have Iktisa about a minute behind. Interesting as well. And very special as well, and very typical, as you can see here. When you were zooming out from the drone, you could see that the top of the hill, when it's a bit rocky, it's very open and quite good runnability. Around it can be very flat and a bit more bushy, as you can see in the background here. There we had Linné. Here you can see it very good how open it is. As soon as it is, you have these open rocks and a bit of a hill.
Yeah, we also saw Nydalen there, team number 5, who came through probably about a minute and a half down, I would say. And at this stage, it's so quiet. We've just got the wind through the trees and all these runners kind of come through very much doing their own thing and doing their own orienteering and wanting to not get too bothered by anybody else around them. But I wonder if we can spot any more of our kind of seeded top teams. I think most of them must be through already. Yeah, in fact, I look back on the GPS tracking and there's nobody with any big mistakes so far. Nobody drops too significantly off the back of the pack. And what's great about these early legs, we can catch so many runners, we can catch so many teams. So if you're looking out for a particular runner, hope you manage to catch them and spot them on the broadcast, because we've had, you know, in fact, there's so many teams through that our graphics can't keep up. We've probably had about 200 teams through within 3 minutes of our leaders. So if you've been able to catch some of your club mates, maybe some of your teammates, then and been able to cheer them on.
If you have the feeling that the graphics here, they're too slow and they're not able to catch up, we have it in real time here, and it's impossible to read anything because it just moves too fast.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't be able to read any of the team names because there's far too many runners coming through. Obviously, lots of units to punch. And everybody here as well has come at this control from the same direction. You can see there's a lot of, you know, people just absolutely nailing this control.
So this is still the first TV control from above. Second TV control will be after around 18 minutes. So not too far away. I think about 3 minutes to go. We are behind Esbon Sunta, might be the second team still. They were very high up the result list at the first TV control.
Yeah, they really were. In fact, yeah, one of our leading few runners. But if you look, we have a little look at the GPS tracking, we can see actually that IFK Ludinger is the leading team of those who are tracked. They have Katrin Müller on the first leg there. So managed to pull into the lead. Here's a little mistake then.
MS Parma. Yeah, not the best direction, and it's 2.5 meters contours, so even if you have contours on the map, it's not very clear that you see them out in the forest as well.
And you can see that she was just on the wrong kind of little hill there and had to relocate. And is that, you know, when you've got it so flat, then surely compass work is even more crucial than on other terrain.
Yeah, I mean, look at this here. It's very flat here. You have a bit of contours, but yeah, compass is and direction is very important, because imagine that you don't exactly know where you are right here. How would you relocate? That's very, very difficult. So it's crucial that you're on direction to your control and that you're sure where you are, and also that you have a feeling if you're a tendency maybe a bit too much to the left or too much to the right, so that you know where to go in case you don't really know where you are. But it's very hard to relocate in this kind of terrain.
And you can kind of tell maybe that's what this runner here from Tizoren is trying to do. You can see how much he's looking kind of wide and seeing all these other runners who kind of spread out here and just trying to find the control. But there you go, that's success.
But good stop and go work here. I mean, if you just have a tendency to be a little bit unsecure where you are, it's better to slow down a little bit and try to figure out what kind of features you see around you to really be sure that you're still on track to your control. So this is the second TV control. I mentioned that they expect them to be here after around 18 minutes. We already had the 18 minutes now.
Yeah, so maybe running slightly slower than they're expecting then.
You can see it here, 19 minutes on the watch. Very fast times as well predicted. One of the fastest Venla and Jukkola competitions ever. Not quite the fastest, but one of the fastest.
So you see on the screen there, those graphics show what the standings were at our previous TV controls. So I think it's going to be a little bit more spread out by the time we get to this one. But we should, it's possibly the team from Ludinger who will be leading. There we go. His, in fact, this is...
it's the fourth team for EFK Göteborg.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of a test. She hasn't been doing a lot of orienteering earlier this season, so I think they didn't want her to be in the situation where she feels pressure to perform in case something doesn't work. So maybe better and smart to put her into the fourth team. This is Lidingö, Katrin Müller. Yeah, to put her early in the competition and not have any pressure on her, but at the same time you can see it here. She has a great start for her team, and it's the fourth team.
That's Andrina Benjaminsen there for Panorhus, Danish team, into fourth. Yeah, because so Sara Hagström was recovering from back surgery when we had Tia Mila. She was doing the Swedish language commentary and missing that one out. She wasn't sure whether she'd be back kind of running in time for this, or even for... She was hopeful that she'd be back in time for the World Championships, but at that point at Tia Mila, she was allowed to run for 10 seconds, I think it was.
You could see that also the first team has punched for IFK Göteborg, 51 seconds behind. We had Halden, Norska, with two teams actually. Suntai Veskila has been there.
It's Calvin Rusty.
Yeah. Gemugo, Göteborg Majorna. Here we have Tampere Pyrintö. Here we have Iktisa.
So 140 down.
Have we seen Stora Tuna yet?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think
that is
so
a
either.
question we're going to be asking a lot.
And Tianui. But Stora Tuna, they should be here soon, I guess. Here they are. 2 minutes. But that's, yeah, you mentioned it before. It's not one very big group. Of course, they're not very big gaps yet, but it's more spread out than I would expect on the first leg after 20 minutes.
Well, for me, it shows that Sara Hagström is in really good shape because she's been pushing the pace then, and not many have been able to keep up with her. Looking back on the GPS, big mistake for Järla. Going to a few different controls before managing to find hers. Yeah. And at Nydalen also dropping back on in the pack.
And Nydalen actually will take quite some time until they are here. Big mistake in the beginning. And we had OK Kåre, Vilma from Krusenstjerna as well.
We also saw OK Linné just coming through there, Annika Meister on the first leg.
Here's the mistake by Nydalen. You can see quite far off. Yeah, that was about 2 minutes, I would say. Lone Brockman for Nydalen.
But yeah, but just knowing how to relocate in that terrain where everything kind of looks the same and you've got those really small point features, 2.5 meter contours, as you said already, Jonas. I think once we see people making a mistake, it will be a while for them to recover.
Yeah, and it's a bit tricky because it's flat. As you can see here, runnability is quite good in many parts. And then you would like to push quite hard, but you have to be so careful with direction, and it's so easy to misunderstand a few features, do parallel mistakes when you get close to it. You can see it here, first glimpse of the map. So here we are actually allowed to talk about it. So you have this longer leg from the TV control to control 8. You can see that teams actually are splitting up. You see Halden going a bit more to the north, going around that small lake there. So the Yvescle seems to be heading to the passage between the two lakes.
Yeah, nobody yet going straight in through the green.
Yeah, I think that green area. Yeah, Panorhus seems
okay, yeah.
there somewhere.
Yeah, they're the only... We haven't got all the teams up here on the tracking, but they do seem to be the only track team who are going straight through this green section. Although not through the darkest green, you can see.
We can also say that we lost a few of the... I mean, leading has been... Now they come back here because they have had a good position at the TV control. Back again in the green here. You can almost feel how stuck she got there. Now changing direction. I think she's going to head to this path. Katrin Müller.
And when you're so used to, or you know on this first leg, there's going to be lots of teams around, do you think it's a very strange experience to be suddenly like Angela Benjaminson and probably all alone?
Yes and no. I mean, yeah, it's a bit strange because there's so, you know, that there's so many teams at the same time. The runners that potentially end up to be alone, they're either doing a very big mistake or then they are quite good runners, and quite good runners usually feel quite familiar with that situation. So I don't think that it's a big challenge for them, but it is a bit strange to be all alone or quite alone in such a big relay after 20 minutes. But then usually it's nothing to be worried about. It's quite good to not feel that nervous kind of situation or behavior of other runners around you, and usually it's a good thing. It makes it easier to focus on your own run and not to end up at the wrong forking or anything.
Yeah, it feels a bit more like the established orienteering that you do kind of week in, week out, and like a individual course and something that people may be a lot more familiar with. We head back to the previous TV control though, because we've had 230 teams all the way through this point. You can see a few of the 24 Tampering Printer teams there in the red and white. And it looks like the rain's hit there as well.
Yeah, actually not in the arena. So maybe out in the forest.
This is the one point where orienteering becomes a contact sport, is getting your elbows out to get the punches.
I can say as well, we haven't seen so many big mistakes yet. As you mentioned, we had Järla and Nydalen in one of the first controls, but otherwise the teams with GPS devices seem to have gotten through the area quite good. You can see that there's a significant change in characteristics of the map around Control 8. It seems to be quite green and very detailed. But keep in mind, it's 2.5 meters between the contours. So those hills and contours not as clear in the terrain as they seem on the map.
And is this kind of change in orienteering style, as you can imagine that these runners are going to have to do, is that something that they will have expected from what's been published about the maps beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's also these automatically generated maps over kind of areas that haven't been mapped earlier, so it's not totally unexpected. But usually if you have areas that are so much tracked up as this one here, it makes it almost a bit difficult, because it's so many things to read and it's so hard to keep control and count on all the small paths. So sometimes even if there are many paths, it's making it more nervous to orienteer with. And usually sometimes they're not so easy to see, or it's hard to see if it's an animal track or another track, and even if it seems quite easy on the map, then it's sometimes not as easy as it seems. You can also see from this picture before that there might be rain in the forest, but not in the arena, because here it's totally dry. But well, it seems to be this kind of weather where it could change within 5 minutes from one to the other.
And you can see then a lot of these second leg runners getting kind of warmed up, getting maybe some, just kind of taking the opportunity to chat to maybe a coach, to a friend, to a family member, as everyone kind of awaits for there to be the big rush here as well. These outgoing runners can get a little indication of maybe how well their team is doing. In fact, they're just making sure they are registering their timing chip, and then it comes up with their name. But we're not lacking space for warming up.
We are definitely not lacking space for work. There's no lacking space in any matter here.
How long did you say the runway was? 3 kilometers?
Yeah, 3 kilometers. And you can see here...
Okay, so let's get back into the forest, yeah.
And you can see it's a total change in vegetation here. It's green, visibility is low. It's not very nice to run in. And then on the other side of the path there, you could get a glimpse of that it's opening up a little bit again. So you have to work with these changes all the time. And this, especially when you have to change from very open and quick running, maybe if you have been taking this route choice around on the path, on the long leg, we have seen in GPS, and then you enter this green bit with low visibility, that's the moments where you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, and you also have to kind of keep pushing through those, you see those small branches on the trees as well. You've got to kind of keep being aggressive and keep pushing. Just having a quick look at our GPS, see if anyone's having any kind of struggles going through this section. And it's been maybe not the fastest for some of the teams, but no big mistakes that I can see from our little GPS tracking.
And it's definitely slower than predicted. They were predicted to be at the next TV control already now. But I would say they have another 2-3 minutes to get there. Here we are back on with the second TV control after 3.1 kilometer. You can see that we had Almost 600 teams there now. You can see there, Helsingin Suunnistajat 7th team. We were actually, we got a lift from the accommodation, which is on the very other side of the runway, so 3 kilometers away to the competition area. And we got a lift of a woman, and she was participating in her 32nd Venla Relay, I think. And she told us that Helsingin Suunnistajat has 26 teams in the women's relay.
Wow. That's amazing. I could see team number 19 have come through just a few seconds ago. And that's amazing to be able to pull out that many teams for one club.
And then, I mean, you have to keep in mind, I mean, Helsinki is not just around the corner. I think she had a 6 hours drive.
I was going to say. It's impressive when you can pull out that many teams and Venla is close to Helsinki, and this is really not. But this is what is so great about this relay, is that, yes, Tiomila is also a big kind of participation event, but it's a little bit more elite compared to Venla and Jukala. And when I'm trying to describe it back to people in the UK who don't really know what the event is, even if they're club runners in the UK, I try and tell them it's a bit like a mass participation marathon, like the London Marathon, where you have the elites who are really pushing it. They're at the top of their game and they're incredibly competitive. You have people who are great club runners and they're really working hard and they do their training week in, week out. And you have some people who, okay, they do a lot of orienteering, but maybe not loads. And I will end this analogy because we've got our first team coming through, and you've got people who barely do any orienteering and are here for some fun and just want to get round as well. So that is the challenge that we have today. But we have a leading athlete, all
and
by
it's Andrine Benjaminsen for Pan Århus. So back in the lead now. There's no other team coming here. Here we can see. Second team, is it? It's blue, it's green. Here's the second team. It seems to be FK Göteborg. Yes. So now it's the first team. It's not Sara Hagström anymore. Yeah. Kangasala, Lidingö, Bäckelaget, Sunto Jyväskylä, Tisaren, Uddevalla, we had there as well. I think we don't have Tisaren in the graphics here.
We have Espin Center 2 who's still up there as well. And this looks like Sara Hagström from the 4th team.
Yeah. 55 seconds
That's going to be hard to know which team to put her in, right? Like to make that call of, oh no, you're in team 3 or team 4 or team 5.
But it doesn't matter. I think usually you don't have a big difference between 3 and 4 and other teams. Interesting there as well. Calvin Rusty a minute behind.
Jumping through into a minute 15 behind.
Actually, here we have Tisaren. Josefin Kärnlund. There we have Halden, Mail Bovir. Second team. Laden Suunnistajat.
Yeah, Karolina Uskoski.
And there we have Stora Tuna as well. Gemukas just punched. Helsingin Suunnistajat.
2 minutes down.
Yeah, still 2 minutes.
So 26 teams through.
Hiden Kiertajat, Maimien Rasti, Sundsvall, Pan Kristianstad. There's another team for EFK Göteborg coming. Here we have Mora. Paula Grås, Umeå, Freidik, NTNUI, 2:49 behind.
Yeah, first and second team running together.
Kåre, Vilma van Krusenstjerna, Isi Abbasi for another team from IFK Göteborg. This is Västervik as well, Lena Eliasson Löf.
Second team from Linné. And we're still yet to see Halden through here. Of course, we have Jere and Nidalen off the back group as well.
Yeah. The first team of UK Linné has been there as well, just around 4 minutes behind, Annik Meister. We are waiting for Halden still. We have had the second team with Mail Bovir, but not the first one.
It's a Spanish runner, Ana Isabel Toledo, who is the first leg runner for first team from Halden. They're a very international team. There's a Spaniard, a Swiss, a Russian and a Brit in that first team from Halden. Norwegian club. MS Palmer.
There we had Halden.
I see it.
5 minutes 52 behind. A very, very big gap already.
Yeah, with now 100 teams, or nearly 100 teams. Marling's pinching there. So it's Turin Sinestiat 2 just make it into the top 100. Let's have a look then, a little bit more.
Might see the mistake by Halden. You can see this is a very tricky area here. They called it the sandbox when we went through the courses. It's really difficult when you come from this navigation with quite few features and a lot of direction work, and you get in these very detailed areas which are a bit greener, as we could see before when we had the running cam guiding us through the terrain. And here we are waiting at the next TV control after 6.8 kilometers. So from here it's around 1 kilometer to the finish.
But it was a very strange mistake we saw there in this sandbox area, as you called it, because just sticking far too long on one side of the big stream.
There might be reasons for mistake for that. I mean, you can follow runners, you can be on a track. Sometimes they don't show everything on the GPS we see here. We don't really know about that. But of course, yeah, I mean, it's the wrong side of the stream she was at. Maybe the stream isn't very clear in the terrain. It has been quite dry out here, so also marshes, not too wet. Waiting here. Can tell you they had expected two runners to be here after 41 minutes. And well, looking GPS, hard to say. I think they should be here soon.
Yeah, in a minute or so, maybe.
It depends. One of the GPS devices frozen or points, so we don't really know when she is gonna approach. Andrine Benjaminsen, I will say about I would say less than half a minute. If she's not doing a mistake.
Yeah. Yes, if she's not doing a mistake, it looks like she had actually quite a decent gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Was in the lead by 15 seconds at our last TV control. But we wait. Not sure which direction they're going to approach. You can see the actual kite itself on the right-hand side of the screen. And of course, the section with a lot more undergrowth.
We can see her and we can hear her. I think I could spot her there somewhere in between.
Oh, yep. Oh, no, hang on. You got sharper eyes than I have.
Obviously not, because I think I was wrong. But I think I heard her. We're definitely waiting for...
Just a lot of birds that are about to be disturbed.
Here she is. So how big is the gap? It was
15 seconds.
Yeah. Seems to be a bit more, maybe. I can hear more than 15 seconds, definitely.
Yeah, well, the gap has more than doubled now. Here's the next place athlete. This is Victoria Hestad Bjornsdal, I think. Yep, number 1 for EFK Göteborg. And leading it as well. Oh, no, sorry, Kungsala. Now EFK Göteborg 4 with Sara Hagström. Cynthia Veskala doing well. They have Therese Janishikova on the last leg. Eka Lagert, another team. There's the team from Lidingö. Sampling Printer, number 6.
Can see.
Number 7, SK Pointetti.
Actually interesting. And Iktisa, I think they made some last-minute changes here in their team. As we had it earlier, it was supposed to be Sandra Grossberga on the first leg. But it was Hanna Wisniewska, and she will hand over to Elsa Kuse. At least if my information on the results list is right. Here we have the next team.
I've got the same list as you, so yes, hopefully that is the case. That's such a strong team, though. And they'll have a lot of confidence from running at Team Mila as well, and they put together such a fantastic performance there.
I know Menkele for Lynx, 152 behind in 17th. We are still waiting for Stora Tuna, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not had them through yet.
It was 2 minutes and 3 seconds before. It's more now. Here we have GMOK, Lina Strand, and we also have Stora Tuna with Rebecca Heinerup, Halden second team. Mora is there.
Bernsnestia, team number 8. If your second team, number 15. Cullivan Rusty, that's their second team.
One interesting team we haven't had here yet, Ukoline. Kristin Melby Jakobsen. Still waiting for her. As quite many runners approaching to the control right here, you can see 45 teams within 3.5 minutes. And very soon we're gonna have the first changeover. You can see here this is the second to last control, but this is very, very close to the arena. It's basically just transportation to the last control.
And we can see in the little split screen in the little window in the top right corner of your screen, it's still Andrina Benjaminsen running all alone through the forest. She had a very decent gap up on the rest of the field, nearly 45 seconds, about 40-60 there, 38 seconds. And we'll expect her to emerge from the forest. There she is. And this is then the leader towards the end of the first leg for the Danish team, Okepan Aarhus, who, you know, we had seen performing so well at past relays like this when they had the likes of most of the national Danish team there, Maja Alm, and a lot of the, like Ida Bobak and some of the Emma Klingenberg, all the names are coming back to me, performing there. But amazing work to see Andrina Benjaminsen have such a good gap here on the rest of the field. So we haven't seen too many mistakes behind her. She's just evidently been able to have the speed, and she's on her way then now towards the last control itself and ready to do the changeover too. And she's going to hand over to Sophie Ulrich. So Pan Aarhus putting their best runner out on the first leg, often as we've kind of seen maybe with Hannah Lundberg do over the last couple of years for OK Reinen. And so she comes in here ready to do the changeover. And you can see a lot of the second leg runners kind of making their way over towards the fence to watch her come in, get some indication as to how things are going to work, and maybe just be there to see the leader come in here into the finish.
But very interesting. We have a running time of 51 minutes now. Predicted was 48 minutes, and we have we have a world-class runner running this first leg, so it might be a bit slower out in the terrain than expected. And it's very typical that the runner actually wins this first leg, maybe not having the team being guessed as one of the favorites before. You have a little bit less pressure on you. You can take kind of different route choices. You don't have to double check every decision you take. So, but of course, very well performed here by Andrine Benjaminsen.
And look at that fantastic crowd then to cheer her in. Nobody yet punched at this changeover point. So more than 30 seconds in the lead, and you can see she's already dropped the map. She's going to go and find the next one, hand it over to Sophia Ulrich. She's been directed in the right way, and there's just so much dead running here as well. She's got to do, but she just almost is checking her number there. You can see checking the number on the map. She should be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, and they can see very clear how she holds up the map with the number to the next runner, so that you can check that you have the right map handed over to you. Second team, IFK Göteborg, 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Victoria Björnstad.
Just behind in the back of the picture. She is getting ready to hand over into second place.
And the very interesting question now, how far behind is Stora Tuna?
So here's second, third and fourth. Coming into changeover, centrivascular. Hangasala. These are the second leg runners ready to go out into the terrain. And a good start there for all of the favourites. And they defend their title. Disappointment for them for not being able to take the win at Team Mila. They'll want to do better this time, and it's a very strong team as well. And now 17 teams in through the changeover. Within 2 minutes.
Now I think we're having Stora Tuna at the last control at least, so soon to the finish and the changeover, but the time is already up on 2 minutes and 50. There we had her, Rebecca Heinrup. We also had Lina Strand for Göteborg-Majorna, just coming in below 3 minutes. And now it's.
But I think Stora Tuna can definitely work with that 3 minutes down. They've got so many strong runners still to come, and it's always interesting to see how teams structure their kind of order of their runners when they've got kind of aspirations of being in the kind of top 2 teams. Coming through there. And to Quintity. And what do you yell over the fence, your runner?
Usually there's not much content to yell over. I think it's mostly, yeah, have fun or something like that. If it's nothing very, very special happening. Here's the changeover of Stora Tuna. You can see Marie Olausen now having the task to win back as much as possible of those 3 minutes.
And I think we can chat to Sara Hagström. So 50 teams through the changeover. And they'll be trying to catch the eye of the outgoing runner. But
Välkommen tillbaka. Hur kändes det att löpa i Venla idag?
Ja, det var jättekul. Jag ville inte vara med i något utav de främre lagen i klubben för att jag var osäker på om jag skulle behöva gå hem eller inte. För jag har opererat ryggen för 2 månader sedan. Så att det var lite osäkert. Jag har inte testat formen innan så jag visste inte heller. Men den var uppenbarligen ganska god.
Jag tänkte säga att det var uppenbarligen ganska fint och loppet gick bra, eller hur?
Ja, lite små missar. Jag kunde inte riktigt trycka på stigarna så där fick folk springa om mig lite. Men det var jättekul och väldigt fin terräng. Trots att vi nog inte kom bort på de finaste delarna så var det väldigt kul att få springa här. Det är väldigt fint.
Ja, hur nu fram emot lite VM kommande, hur känns att sikta dit?
Ja, men det har varit lite osäkert och det är fortfarande lite osäkert för jag har inte sprungit asfalt än. Så jag springer max 50 minuter så det här var ju precis, jag fick köra uppvärmning på väg till startpunkten. Så att jag är fortfarande väldigt mycket i upptrappning med löpningen och lite små strul med hälsenor och baksidor och sånt där som inte riktigt hänger med i formen. Så att, jag hoppas att jag inte har gjort något dumt idag då och kört på. Men vi får se.
Hoppas det bästa. Tack.
Ja, tack.
So that was Sara Hagström. She said that it was actually her decision to not be in the top team. She didn't want to be in one of the best teams for IFK Göteborg in case she had to go home early, because at the moment she's only running 50 minutes and well, was just over 50 minutes today, but she also said that she is not running on asphalt yet, so she didn't know about her shape at all. And yeah, obviously she had a very good race, she said, except for the fact that she wasn't able to push very, very hard when they were on the tracks. And well, there was quite a lot of track running, especially in the beginning, but she was very happy and satisfied, of course.
Did she say she had one small miss?
Yeah, she said that she had a bit of small mistakes, hesitations, but nothing very big. And of course, I mean, if you haven't been orienteering for a while, you're missing these routines and everything. So I think even if there were not too big of mistakes, it can feel like one very quickly.
Yes, so she has a personal place for the World Championships because she is European champion for the sprint races. So she is due to be on the plane to Edinburgh, competing in about a month. But confirmation then, it was over a minute in the end for Andrina Benjaminsen. And over Victoria Hester-Bjørnstad.
What an amazing run you did. You were basically alone all the rest of the course. How was it?
Yeah, it was really cool. Got a good start and made some mistakes around, can't even remember, I think it was Ford control or something. And yeah, the other passed me, so I had to catch up a little bit. And then in the end, the last half of the course, I started to get a good rhythm and find my controls. So all of a sudden I had a gap down. So yeah, it was really cool, good feeling.
What about the terrain and the course? Was there basically what you were expecting for?
Yeah, I think so. I was maybe hoping for even more of the tricky parts, but I kind of expected that our course isn't long enough to get out in the really cool forest. So, but I'm glad we got some tricky controls, and I even made some mistakes. So I can't complain. It was too easy, at least. Yeah.
Well, it was a really beautiful run. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great work from Andrina Benjaminsen to take that minute. And it sounds like after she'd maybe got a little bit more confidence in the terrain, after she kind of stopped making those hesitations, that's when the gap just seemed to grow and grow and grow. And she's clearly in great physical shape because she was able to just keep pulling time away from the second, third, fourth place teams on this running section at the end. As we see more and more teams then change over in this arena, 100 teams through. All of the main teams are out then on the second leg, even including like Halden and MS Palmer and Linné, who kind of saw the mistakes.
In the background there, up in the left corner, you can see the arena. In the picture here, you can see the first TV control at control 3. And now on this second leg, we're going to be able to talk about a bit more about legs and other parts of the course. So very soon I think they're going to be at this TV control in about, yeah, let's say 3 minutes. Well, you can see, I mean, all the they have 1.9 kilometers running from the changeover, which you see in the background, to this control here you see below, and I mean it's almost 1.9 kilometers straight line, so you can imagine how much forest orienteering in between.
Yeah, you can see you can see the runway in the background. But this is just something that those who've been running a lot of Venlas, a lot of Jukolas are kind of used to. You have to put an arena where there is space to have an arena, and sometimes that means a longer run out in towards the forest itself.
Here we have the running cam, and we're actually with Van Aarhus. She had a lot of troubles here to the first control. You can see the visibility in this bit. So this is before the TV control. Quite low, it's flat, it's hard to relocate once you're off. You can see it here, and now we can also tell you that Of course, there was a forking. That's the reason why we were not allowed to talk about it on the first leg. So this is quite flat. You can see Panorahus was there to the left, the blue. But you can also see, I mean, there are not so many contours. There is a forking. But it's not too far away from this big road there. You have houses as an attack point before the A control. You have a junction as an attack point to the B control. It shouldn't be a big problem here. But of course, it's the first control of the relay. It has been a lot of running before. But I mean, it's about 50 meters of direction you have to take from your attack point. It should be doable.
It should, but then it shows how, you know, where you have runners with that experience and that experience of going out in the lead on Venla, and being able to deal with that, knowing how to push yourself as well.
In the case of Århus, it was clear, but we also saw Helsingin Suunnistajat doing a mistake to the B control. So, well, of course, I don't want to put anything on Sophie Ulrich. She might not be very confident or very experienced in that situation. But here we have Iktisa, the first team, and you can see that it is Elsa Kuse running for Iktisa.
Yeah, Iktisa doing a fantastic job. And was it Elsa Kuse who was, again, had a great kind of, I think it must have been second or third leg at Tiomila this year?
Yeah, she has been performing good. Also at the VSD Liga just before Tiomila, so she is definitely a good relay runner. And she had a great start here, now all alone in the lead. We're still waiting for the second team to come. I think you can hear someone here. And we have Irko Göteborg, Kalvan Rasti, Pojan Tetti, Kangasala. A little bit of a bigger group. This is Tisaren. With Lovisa Persson in 6th position. But of course, let's have again a bit focus on Stora Tuna. They have been 2 minutes and 56 seconds behind Rebecca Heinerup on the first leg. Now it's Marie Olausen. But we also had a change in the lead, so the gap compared to Iktisa now, Iktisa was 1.5 minutes behind, so they should be here within 1.5 minutes. Here she is. So going approximately the same speed as Iktisa right now. Sunto, Jyväskylä, Mora, Göteborg, Majorna, Esponsunta first and second team, Halden second team, Eksjö, Hidenkiertajät, Paimien Rasti, Laden Suunnistajat, IFK Göteborg second team, Tampere Pyrintö, NTNUI, Kåre. So 27 teams, just under 2.5 minutes. 23 teams here. I have more teams on my screen, I think. No, 23. This is leading her. Anna Bachmann. Västervik, Sundsvall. It is, we have like 3 different groups. We have Elsa Kuse in the lead, 1/2 minute ahead of a group of 5. And then from 7th position down to right now, it's more or less one big group, of course, with a bit of gaps in between. And then a little bit bigger gap right here. after 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and the second team of Kalevan Rasti. And the second leg is quite similar when it comes to length compared to the first leg, expected to be 46 minutes, around 8 kilometers. And the next TV control is going to be the same as we had, the same second TV control as we had on the first leg. Should be around 7-8 minutes between this TV control and the next one. And here we can follow Kalevan Rasti and Ida Hapala just in the upper right corner. Can't see any of the other runners around. She has definitely got her control there. Paul Kristianstad almost exactly 5 minutes behind. If we look at the top teams, we still haven't had Linné at this control. We still haven't had Halden there, MS Parma, Nydalen.
No, those were all teams, as you mentioned, who
there we had
those, yeah.
Linné, just in the picture 441, sorry, Catherine.
No, those were all teams who I have made a little list of what's happened on each leg. Leg 1, I've got Nydalen's Järle mistake, Halden mistake, Linné mistake as well. So they're not dropping down as from the second leg. Any mistakes from the second legs, all mistakes still from the first leg.
Elsa Kuse, the leader at the first TV control. This should be the control just before the second TV control. Here we are. You can also see that it started to rain again. At least out in the forest, still dry here in the arena. And you can see here, I mean, the visibility is not very good, even though runnability is quite okay. And then you can just get out of the green area. You can also see different route choices. Kalevan Rasti and Ida Hapala taking the safe way on the street. Elsa Kuse having small problems here, obviously. And now it's raining, definitely, in the forest.
Yeah, we can really hear it. That's, yeah, it's hard to know what's happening with Iktisa, which control she is looking for, but certainly
she's
is standing still where there isn't control. Yeah.
Control before the TV control, and very soon I think we should have Kalevan Rasti here.
Yeah, Ida Hapala has had a fantastic placing here. Cecile Kalonji was in 12th place when she changed over, 1 minute 31 behind Panorhus, who of course we saw making that big mistake on the first control. But this puts the Finnish club, Kalevan Rasti, into the lead, and running with Marika Tainey and Mia Nittanen. It's a strong team. Definitely say no weak legs on that team. And there's a gap as well. Nobody else yet through. We're waiting for Heini Venman, who is running for SK Pointetti. She's on her way after Anna Hattia changed over in 9th place. And I can tell you what, we're also waiting for Stora Tuna.
Yeah,
they
you're always
have
waiting for
moved up.
Stora Tuna.
No, but they'll still be coming quite soon, I think, and will have moved up a lot of places already into what would moved up into 7th from 22nd at the changeover. Maria doing a really good job.
So here we have. Is it Poyantetti? Yes, indeed. Heidi Wennman.
Then I think we're looking for Stora Tuna.
Here it is, Stora Tuna. Marie Olausen. And Elsa
So
Kuse.
has moved up from what 22nd to 7th. Oh yeah, and Elsa Kuza.
Then I think it's
Tisa?
Mura. Yeah, Mura. Kangasala.
Exala.
Tisaren. NTNUI. It's a bit harder. I think there's Hidden Kierta yet as well. IFK Göteborg. Should be Esbon Sunta, right? Yeah. Tampere Pyrintu, GMOK. 2:08 the time now. 12 teams, 13 teams. There's another team from IFK Göteborg. And another team from Esbon Sunta.
Yep. Number 53. Punching above their weight.
Kora.
Diavesca's on their way as well, as well as Kora.
Sunta Jyväskylä.
So we might not get a chance to catch up with obviously Igtisa making mistakes then at the control before this one.
Yeah. Has definitely been a mistake of about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, because from the previous TV control dropping from 1st to 4th and 1.5 minutes down on the lead, which is currently Calvin Rusty, Ida Hapala.
Västervik with Nicoline Friberg-Klusner. 21. Eksjö Halden, second team.
And Henry, their second team. Pittsburgh Minor.
Yeah, second team. Third team even. Helsingin Sunistajat with the second team. Lidingö. Lost quite a lot of time here. So here we are back with a bit of GPS. You might remember this bit from the first leg. There they had the route choice just over it when a few of the teams were running around this lake to the north, which we can't see right here. Here they have another control 8, and then they can run in between those two smaller lakes there. It's kind of the edge of that very detailed area we have seen on the first leg, and you can see that Kalevan Rasti has a clear lead, the tail 30 seconds, and then we have Igtisa chasing, with Poyantetti, GMOK, And Stura Tuna is there still together with Iktisa. But this, I mean, this control,
sorry.
This control 8, it's. I mean, those kind of controls aren't so difficult if you have a good direction. But if you have, if you just come off direction a little bit, don't really know where you come out from the green, and then have to relocate, that makes it very, very difficult. But in this case here, or it's almost something for this whole course, also at 9 and 10, if you look at it, you have the chance to relocate if you have a concept and not start to really look for the control. You have to quick change, go out again, relocate from a path close to it, and then go back, and then there shouldn't be big time losses here in those sections. But of course, it's possible that you miss the control in the first approach, that you're just off a few meters and don't see it.
And it's so hard when you've missed by, and you know you're really, really close, the temptation just to kind of run around in circles and look for the control. It's so tempting.
When you miss, you can only assume that you're very close, but because obviously the control isn't there you expect, and then it's just a fact that you don't 100% know where you are. So it's just, you can't know if you're close or not. So you can just guess if you are, and so you have to have a concept on what to do. And it should be the same if you miss it with 10 meters or 50 meters.
Yeah, you've got to be really distinct and clear, have a very clear plan in terms of what you're doing to relocate and which direction you're going to come out of the control, and maybe it's sometimes thinking back to what you did previously. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm splitting up towards this control number 9, which you can see they all have these two controls.
I think it's better to go like Iktisa. It's closer to the line. You still have the path close to the control, kind of have the same attack point if she's not going the path to the north where Kalvandrast is right now. But for me it's a bit unnecessary to take so much distance on this one.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra distance for no real gain. There's no...
From both sides,
it's not going to be too much easier.
You have 25 meters from the path to the control, so you don't have one side where it is easier to get to the control.
Yeah, it's not simplifying that route in any way.
But at the same time, I mean, if she's gonna lose, she's losing 10 seconds maybe. It's not a game changer here.
No, not. If we were looking at towards the end of a final leg, then we might be having a different conversation.
You can see it
and
now.
You can see then they're going back pretty much together, right?
Just ahead of Stura Tuna. Probably not even at the control. And you can also see now, if you look at the very top of the screen of the picture, you can just assume that there's two controls up there. So when we are talking about the mistake on the first leg, why staying on the left side, I think that it was Halden, right? I think it was the case that she was following to the wrong control. So if she was following to the H control instead of the G control, which you can see very, very little of on the top of the screen. Here you can have a look over the weather situation. So now we have those both controls in the picture. So I guess she was following to H when she had G before.
Yes. I mean, it's the reason why I'm hesitating is because it's such a basic thing to do in your, you know, in relay running and making sure that you're going to the correct control and kind of not switching off when it gets into a tricky section like this.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't the most experienced runner. Sometimes when you're a young runner and it's one of the first times, maybe in the first team here, it's easy to think that it's more important to stay in the group than to read properly and maybe I mean, then you have a 50-50 chance. If you get to the control, you're within the group, or you drop them, and you might to have a better chance to hit your control. Well, it's all about taking risks. You shouldn't taking risks, but it's easy to say when you're not in the situation. But yeah, I mean, in this case here, it's either on the left or right side of the stream. It's quite clear. You would even have the chance to the G control to go all the way out to the path and avoid the tricky section in between, like all these small details on the way where Stora Tuna is right now. If you would be to the right, you can run until the small pond there and then just follow it to the control, and it would be very, very easy.
Yeah, and you have to make quite an early decision in this leg, like where to cross this stream as well, if you're going to the G control as well, which is why it's quite surprising.
I mean, you can cross the stream on this small path, just that where the circle of control 10 is. It's then what would be a bit of. I mean, you have this green section where IFK Göteborg second team is right now, and you can avoid it by going around. But we are not there. Maybe it's not as bad as it seems on the map. So yeah, it's a trade-off: shorter distance or very easy entrance to the control.
Yeah, it's all about playing to your strengths. So we have more teams handing over than here at the arena after an hour and 25 minutes of running.
You ask what they say to each other when they change. They were discussing how long it was to the first control.
and probably going, it was really far.
So
there was a lot of running.
Yeah, you can see that this forking, G and H, it doesn't finish at control 11. It's still a part. Control 12 is still a part of the forking. Still have Kalevan Rasti in the lead. Iktisa there as well. Stora Tuna, obviously the GPS device stopped somewhere in between 11 and 12, so I guess that she is, Marie Olausson, still somewhere around Iktisa, but they had different controls, so it's not very sure that she's there as well. But no mistakes as far as I can see. And
no, I think Vestovic didn't take the most. Well, actually, no, I think that was a decent route choice actually to the H control. I think the tracking is slightly off on her GPS tracker there, but other than that, it all looks pretty decent.
Yeah, and the next TV control here is going to be at control 14. So Kalevan Rasti, I guess, is going to be here within a minute.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see this control on the GPS there. See the one before it.
We're actually quite far off the predicted time. Around 7 minutes at the point. So it's going to be around 8-9 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll be the same for the Jukala relay overnight as well, whether they will go
different
similarly.
predictions in night orienteering as well, but here
yeah. Yep, here she comes. And so all of these runners here being lapped by Ida Happala, who is continuing to have a fantastic run here, and she is all alone in the lead. So the changeover, they were down into 12th, pulled up to 5th at the first TV control. We're now at the third TV control, and she is into first place. So
the gap
will be one of the big climbers from this leg, I think.
Yeah, and the gap before was 1 minute and 10 seconds to Poyantetti, and 1:29 to Stora Tuna. So let's see how.
So we'll just watch out, see the next ones come, because we can have a nice long approach into this control.
Is this number 4?
Yeah, there's Stora Tuna, certainly.
Yeah. and Mura. Denisa Kosova. So the gap now 53 and 55 seconds.
Yeah, Denisa Kosova for Mora, another one of the big climbers, changed over into 21st place, has pulled up from into 11th, then 5th, and obviously now into 3rd as well. So another of the big climbers.
We have Tisa, IFK Göteborg,
Yep.
NTNUI. Is it Kangasala maybe? Tampere Pirintu, definitely.
Yep.
That was maybe a team from another leg. Still waiting for Poyantetti. Can see them there. Should be very soon at control 14.
Yeah, they were only a few seconds behind Tampere Pirintu, so they should be here
them,
really soon.
We had them now at punch 150 behind. All alone though. Yeah, no one
But
there.
a few of the teams dropping, as we can see there. Espen Sinter, I think, dropping a few. Sinter Jyväskylä certainly dropping a few places as well.
In the next team.
This is IFK Göteborg, second team.
And Tisaran.
Yep, Tisaran with Lovisa Persson. There was very strong kind of first and last runners in this team. Certainly on the first leg running as well. Kangasala.
Esponsunta, I think with 2 teams here. Yeah. And then Latan Suunistayat approaching here. And Suunta Jyväskylä. 3 minutes and 15. Down to position 15 at the moment.
Okakora approaching.
We have lost Göteborg-Majerna. Here they come. This is Kåre. Here we have her. Eva Örnhagen Jörgensen. Also had Halden's second team. Quite many runners coming here, but many of them from the first leg. There's a lot of talking in the forest.
I was going to say, there's a lot of working together. A lot of peaked caps, I think, to protect some glasses from the rain. And a lot of exasperated voices, I think. This is when you need to speak Finnish.
Yeah.
Or neither of us can do this one.
Or it's when it's good that you don't understand what they're talking. Because honestly, look at that group. Would you really trust them? Probably not. That's really, look at this. It's like the tourists in Paris. If looking for the Eiffel Tower.
It's behind you.
And it looks like the team behind there kind of looking for the coordinates and putting it into the system. It's cool to see. It's really a competition for everyone.
And Tenui just passed through there. We've got some more runners on their way through as well. But it is quite cool to be doing that as, you know, maybe a bit of an orienteering tourist, shall we say, and then have these top runners pass you as well.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
you can see them in action in the terrain, only for a very short moment.
For the runners out there now, you can see that it's 1:27 from the start, 1.5 hour. They are on the first leg. This is more like an adventure. It's really, they're maybe doing orienteering, 2 or 3 times a year. and 2 of the 3 times might be some preparation for Jukkola or Venla, and the third one is Venla. So it's for them it's all about the experience and just the adventure to get around. Here's Becky Laget. Yeah. I think I could spot the Södertälje Nykvarn as well. But I think that we're going to change to the TV control soon. This is control 15. It's the control before the TV control on the way back. We haven't seen that on the first leg, obviously, because it's a forking.
And I think the development since we last saw the GPS tracking is Stora Tuna getting a gap and being alone, so dropping the likes of Igtisa, dropping the likes of IFK Göteborg, of Tampere Perinto as well.
At the same time, the gap to Kalevan Rasti is still about the same. It was 53 seconds. It seems to be about around a minute somewhere still. But very soon, I mean, the control 7, let me see, control 16, which is the TV control, is just outside the picture here. So I think very soon we're going to change to the camera at control 16. Here you can see it from above.
In fact, we should be able to see the leading runner. I think this is the corner of the field where we can see the leaders coming through, maybe? Oh no, this is not.
There are many corner of fields here.
There really are. No, I think it's probably with this control that we could see there from above.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's going to be hard to spot them because of of course, since we had the same forking just before, it's the same running direction into this control. So many runners from the first leg still at this fourth TV control. The fourth it is. But very soon, I think Kalevan Rasti will come a bit from the right.
Yeah, she's approaching any second with, and remind the gap was 53 seconds.
Seems as if they just cleared the picture in order to get the leaders to the control. Yeah. That's definitely not the case, but here she is.
Can you imagine if there was someone holding back all the other runners? Like, no, you can't go.
So the gap before,
still looking fantastic.
As we mentioned, 53 seconds compared to Stora Tuna. Then we also had Mura, Denisa Kosovo, there 55 seconds behind. Let's see if they're still together.
Yeah, I don't think we have a tracking for Mura,
no,
so
we don't.
We'll have to see if she's still up there. And maybe approached from, I think, from kind of head on in the picture. We should see them approaching very soon. We're looking for Stora Tuna, so the yellow.
You see her there. The gap will still be just under a minute. So they have very similar speeds here. Very similar speeds. This is Marie Olausen, no Mura to the moment.
No, but there's some more athletes coming. Oh, it's really
more tourists, athletes.
Yeah.
No, definitely athletes, of course.
Yes, you're an athlete. However fast you complete, you're still an athlete.
Denisa Kosova, 22, so half a minute behind Stora Tuna.
So yeah, dropping 30 seconds then since the last TV control. Looking out for IFK Göteborg should be one of the next ones.
Yeah, Igtisa and Tampere Perinto as well. They should come from the right. Here we have IFK Göteborg, Elin Månsson. There we have NTNUI in the background. Tampere Perinto. Was it Kangasala?
Yeah.
We didn't get into the graphics last time. Still haven't heard here.
That was 59, so that's not Kangasala. Kangasala was 44.
It's Tampere
Scroll down on my start list. Umeå was 59.
And if you look at the next leg then, Ida Haapala is going to send out Marika Teini, Maria Olausen is going to send out Magdalena Olsson, Denisa Kosova will hand over to Maida Skachova, Elsa Kuse to Alexandra Hornik, and Elin Månsson to Sanna Fast. Those few of the top teams. Emma Arnesson can name her as well. Hand over to Anu Tuomisto. And the last team we can name here, Tampere Pyrinty, Anni Hanpää, will hand over to the very experienced Saila Kinney. And the third leg then a little bit shorter. Expected running time of 38 minutes, 6.8 kilometers, so approximately a kilometer shorter than the first and the second leg.
And of those runners who you listed on third leg, who might this suit, or who's in kind of good shape right now amongst those runners?
Well, I mean, Alexandra Hornik, and she has had great shape internationally. Marika Teini is a very experienced runner. Magdalena Olsson actually showed very good shape in a few competitions in Sweden as well. Sanna Fast is a bit of a dark horse. We don't really know because she has been away for a while. She's performed very well at the trials for IFK Göteborg, obviously made it into the team, but we haven't seen so much from her this season, so it's going to be interesting to follow her. And Saila Kinney, as I mentioned, very experienced as well. So all of the names here, maybe Maida Skachova, yeah, a bit more unknown name. But here we have
Here's Ida Haapala. Yeah, looking good on the last section. So one more control to go, and then the changeover. And actually, when we saw that shot from the running cam as she went through the forest, it may be an indication of why it's a bit slower than we were expecting. And certainly in that part there was quite a lot of undergrowth, quite a lot of green, and you can see the undergrowth's really grown up and probably pushing it a little bit slower. So of course it's going to track up for those later runners and the later legs as well. But Ida Haapala has been the ideal runner on this leg, of course, for Kalevan Rasti, pulling them up from 12th to 1st. And we've seen mistakes from some of the leaders. We saw mistakes from the panel, who had Anjali Benny-Vincent on the first leg. We saw a little mistake for Igtisa as well, who dropped back. But she's just been very consistent and managed to get a gap kind of in the middle section of the race. Again, be very similar time compared to the second leg runner, that they're just maintaining that gap throughout the second part of this race. And so changeover at 1 hour and 41 minutes. Is going to come here in towards the changeover, handover to former middle distance specialist, former champion in the middle distance, Marika Teini, also Finnish runner as well. So running on home soil as well, you've got to say she's going to be such a strong and such an experienced runner to go out in the lead here for Kalevan Rasti.
And interesting to see now how big is the gap compared to Stora Tuna. It was just under a minute at the TV control. She's on the way to the last control now, Maria Olausen.
I have a feeling the gap has narrowed again. We'll only get the confirmation of that once Maria Olausen punches that control. Ida Haapala will hand over to Marika Teini. You can see Marika just waiting there on the line. You see she's really working hard. She's putting her all on. This changeover here is the second place team, Stora Tuna. Hope Alexanderson on the last leg. Magdalena Olsson will go up in third. She was 59 seconds, so almost exactly a minute then, maintaining similar gap between the first and the second teams, and Marika Teini out there.
Yeah, they're really exhausted here. Haapala is a long way from the finish line to the changeover.
So Maria Lawson, a minute down. She called up from 7th to 2nd over the course of her leg. And in fact, she caught up 20 seconds, to 2nd over the course of her leg. Just checking the number really, really carefully. And Magdalena Olsen will head out into 2nd place, 1 minute down. She will know the gap. We've had Nora and Ivko Göteborg through in 3rd and 4th.
We're waiting for the next teams. I think Iktisa should be here very soon. This is Mora on the way to hand over the map.
Yeah, Denise Kosova caught up from 21st to 3rd on this leg. And handing over to Maida Skrakova. There you go, she holds up the number. It is the correct map. And you can see Tancred Winter there ready to change over. That is Tyler Kinney. Fumio Tertu and Tenui into 4th place with Koyosberg, handing over to Sanna Fast. Ingrid Winterberg on last leg for that. Simona Appel's in the team. Presumably she's focusing on those World Championships and the sprint training at the moment, to be honest. And then we train over into 5th spot. So Emma Arneson handing over to Anna Tumister. They've got Anna Dukon on the last leg. Also took a podium position in Italy at the World Cup. Weekend ago. Arneson and Edith wants a debriefing after their race.
So we had 10 teams in about 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Nadan Sunis Diet and Paimen Rasti just outside the top 10, together with Espen Sunta, 2nd team, Muko Tisaran. So waiting for Sunto Jyväskylä and Göteborg Majorna. So now we have Sunto Jyväskylä punched at the finish line, not handed over to the next runner, of course. It's quite a long distance to run. Here we have Minna Kauppi running for Laden Sunis Diet out on this 3rd leg. You can see here now we had Sunto Jyväskylä leaving the arena. You can see there Göteborg Majorna on the left coming. Eva Örnhagen Jörgensen handing over to Sabina Aumu.
Yeah, great work for the young runner there, catching up from 23rd to 16th. Would you like to know my relevant fact of the day, Jonas?
Of course.
Eva's mum used to be pen friends with my mother. I told you it was irrelevant.
That's really the information we all were hoping for to get throughout this kind of broadcast here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's we have a lot of time right now to the next TV control. So if you have other facts of interest, just let us know.
I will. No, that was the top of my list. They're not going to get better than that. So I guess to sum up then, the second leg out of 4 on this relay, it was that move from Ida Haapala to put Calvin Rasti a whole minute in the lead, and also Maria Olausson pulling up from about 3 minutes down to just 1 minute down compared to the leaders. We saw the likes of Hannah who's kind of making mistakes there after putting their strongest runner on the first leg. A big climber again for Czech international Denise Nikosova. So all of the teams here really kind of were there or thereabouts after the first leg, having very strong runs on the second leg, making up time and managing to put themselves in great positions when you think we're halfway through this relay pretty much. And gaps there back. Big gaps then from 7th to 8th, from Iktisa to Vestovic. And if you're thinking about our favourites and who we lost, I mean, is it all kind of going as we might expect for Jonas? I guess we lost in A, but most of the main teams up there.
Yeah, I mean, we have still quite many of the favorites up there because, of course, we lost a few as well. But Calvin Rasti is there, Stora Tuna is there, IFK Göteborg, Tampere, Pyrintu, Iktisa. Just looking at the list here. So I think many of the top teams we have, but let's hear from Ida Haapala.
Ida Haapala, what a quite alone race for you today. Or how was the race in your opinion?
Yeah, it was surprisingly lonely race. At the beginning, already in the start point, I took the left route choice, but I think I trust myself that it was looking good for me, so I went to the field and ran from there, and I actually got the leading teams already there. But then when we ran, I don't know if it was Ford control or something like that, then Elin went a bit more left, but I knew where I was, so I was just like going ahead to my own control, and after that I was just running the whole race alone.
Yeah, we saw that, and the others were not catching you. How easy was it to keep the pace?
Well, I was just trying to go control by control, and I wasn't thinking that much about the pace. But in the end, of course, I tried to push as hard as I could when it was only running left.
What did you think of the race and the course, I mean?
I think it was really nice. It was like really variable with different kind of terrains, and I really like it. And it was like not that green and tough that it may could have been, so it was really nice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, one of the people, I'm surely you're going to look back on this relay and it's going to be one of those who really made a big impact then for this relay, and it's put Marika Taney in a fantastic position, kind of coming out of the start, and actually she's on her way to our first TV control as well, and so kind of maintaining a good pace.
And you can just...
And it must...
You can see there's still many runners out there, but let's take a few words with Maria Olausson.
It was quite interesting in the relay, second leg there. How were your feelings about race?
Yeah, it was a really cool course, I think, and quite some difficult controls, so it was really fun to run today.
did you see other runners from other teams also? Because then there was quite of a big gap to Kalevan Rasti.
Yeah, I saw some in the beginning, but I didn't have full control of which runner who was there. But then I saw EFK, and that's one team you always like, oh, there they are. But not full control, but I saw many of the top teams, so...
What about the course then? How tactically was it difficult to orienteer and change the pace? And then in the beginning and in the end, you needed to run quite a long legs.
Yeah, it was quite hard. I had like to take my time to orienteer and stop and almost like sneak him forward. So it was really fun, but and then you can run really fast in the end, but also then it was like some tricky control, so it was cool.
You are going to have a really good team here, so we are going to hope for the best for your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you.
So second place, Sora Tuna, and we're just looking for the leading team. Here she is. There we go. Perfect timing there for Marika Taney to go. She's got to get through some traffic though here at this TV control. But she is looking, well,
I can tell
not the fastest actually through there.
No, but the teams behind the EFK Göteborg had a bit of struggles as well. To the control just before, not a very big mistake, but a bit bad direction. Still waiting for Göteborg and Stora Tuna to this control here. The gap, we had it 59 seconds to Stora Tuna and 1:57 to EFK Göteborg. But they are together right now, so maybe a small mistake by Stora Tuna or a very good start by Sanna Fast.
Well, I think Sanna Fast must have made a good start because then she's actually messed up the control, I think, before this. Or
had a small mistake in the direction. Here she was punching there. So where is Stora Tuna? It's not that easy to spot the runners. It's a bit like this game, Where's Wally? In the book, where you try to spot different jersey or kits. Has to fight her way through the line of people. 120.
At least they're all kind of having to fight their way through the line of people. It's not like it's much worse for I think one person rather than the other.
I mean, it's something very characteristic at Jukla and Venla. Often that the course planners try to get at least a few bits of unused forest, as they call it, into every leg. So every now and then you get away from the line of runners and get your own track. Here we have another team, I guess. Probably not. She just looked so much quicker than everyone else.
Yeah, the runner from Link, I think. We're looking for Mora, who was in third place at the changeover. We don't have a tracking on her. And there was also a mistake for Tampere Printer, I can tell you, going to number 2. She basically made exactly the same mistake as Sanna Fast, the EFK.
Yeah. Here we have NTNUI. Anu Tuomisto. 2:45, so now we start to get bigger gaps here. Waiting for Tampere Mora, as you said. We're waiting for Iktisa.
Yeah, I think Iktisa is making a mistake at the previous control.
Yeah.
A different mistake compared to EFK Göteborg and Tampere Printer, who also made a mistake.
Here is Tampere Printer.
Yeah, and this mistake at number 2 is actually dropping Iktisa down quite a bit, actually, and it's going to be overtaken by a big group, including Ivko Göteborg 2, Ladan Snesiat, Orienteering, Vestavik. So dropping down, I guess, from what was 7th to maybe 10th, 12th. Still only 5 teams through here. 4 minutes since we saw Marika Taney for Calavan Rasti.
So here we have it. This is almost the same mistake as Sanna Fast was doing, but let's keep an eye on Iktisa. She went through almost to the control, then out on the road or on the path, back in again. And I mean, and then
she has now got control as well.
Yeah, but then she still struggled a bit to get it. If you go out, you should really make sure that you have it in the first approach when going in again. There we had Mura, Iktisa, Orienteering, Vestavik, Venla Relay, IFK Göteborg second team, Ladan Sunistajat, more or less one big group.
So I take that as 5 kind of athletes spread out and then a big group of 7, basically. So Calavan Rasti, Stora Tuna, Enter Nui, IFK Göteborg and Tampere Printer are those 5 spread out, and then a big group of 7 here who are about 4.5 minutes down.
And next TV control will be the one we have seen on all of the 2 first legs as well. I guess that Calavan Rasti should be there in about 2.5 minutes.
See, I get frustrated if I get some control and there's like 2 or 3 people browsing my own mode control, and I'll be like, move out the way!
There's Tisaran, you can see there. But yeah, it's also for us, it's quite hard to spot the teams here. So we are with the running cam. This is definitely the leader. This is Calavan Rasti.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of section of forest before. And
it was definitely the leading team. Let's put it that way. I think she had a bit of struggle at her control there. So I think that we might see a change, or there is a possibility that we're going to see a change at the next TV control. When it comes to the leading team, here is Stora Tuna, Magdalena Olsson.
Yeah, again, you see just how far she's looking to her right.
Beautiful terrain right here. Good runnability, good visibility. And many runners out there. Here you can see the control, one control at least. They were hiding the flags quite well. There's a special thing then on the last leg as well, but I can take it when we're there.
And then, so this is the next TV control. So we're waiting for our leaders. And of course, it was Calavan Rasti in the lead. Will it still be so? Here, no, here we go. This looks like IFK Göteborg and Sanna Fast. So mistake then from Calavan Rasti from Marika Taney puts the defending champions into the lead. And where are Calavan Rasti?
Yeah, how big is the gap? She struggled at the control before, was a bit off direction. And then, of course, there's so many runners around you. It's quite hard to understand anything. Here she comes, Marika Teini. The gap just around half a minute. And now
So she's lost like a minute and a half, maybe closer to 2 minutes, because she had a bigger gap than a minute, I think, going into that control.
Yeah, and Magdalena Olsson, she was 1:22 behind Marika Teini. She was 16 seconds behind Sanna Fast. So definitely losing time compared to Sanna Fast, quite a lot of time.
Direction error as well for Antenui. At the previous control to this. You should see that I'm making that one now. Let's see Storatuna through.
1 minute and 4 seconds. The gap, you can see there the comparison to the last TV control. It had quite some changes. Kalvan lost about 1.5 minutes. Storatuna lost about 45 seconds compared to IFK Göteborg.
And Antenui was in that top 5, and she certainly lost more time as well. I think that was Anu Tuomisto.
Yes, it was. She was there somewhere in between the groups as well as Tampere and Pyrintö. So there was this first kind of group where we had the runners here, then NTNUI, Tampere and Pyrintö, and then this big group at around 4.5 minutes behind. So now next teams is NTNUI and Tampere and Pyrintö.
But NTNUI were 2:46 slower than the lead, which was Kalvan Rasti, now IFK Göteborg. So I think, yeah, she's still a few seconds off this control. So I think she's gonna have lost a bit more time here.
1:40 behind IFK Göteborg. But here she is.
I think. Yep, here she is. And I think Tampere and Pyrintö also going backwards, going to be possibly swallowed up by the chasing group.
And up in the upper right corner, you can see a new section. You can see the lake there. That's where we, in the first leg, went around to the north, a few teams. Then on the second leg, in between the two lakes. And now we have this new, this fresh bit of forest, as they call it.
Yeah, and compared to, I mean, you could see under Marika Teini's feet how much it was tracking up there, and then it's going to be very clear, I'm sure, in certain parts of this forest for these leading runners that nobody will have been there before. This is Zalukini.
So these were the teams somewhere in between, but I think that we have for the teams to come. Mina Kauppi seems to have had a very good start here for Lahten Sunis Dayat, also second team for IFK Göteborg. Seems to be another top team. You can see it at the west. They're wearing start number, different kind of start number. Västervik with Elin Karlsson. And after Västervik we had Mora and then Iktisa. They were together. In fact, they all were together.
Yeah, together with Orienteering as well.
Yeah. So now they really split off here in this area where we had the mistake by Kalvan Rasti as well.
Yeah, we've not got all of those teams tracked, but Pointetti, SK Pointetti definitely already punched the previous control, so she should be here very soon. That is Sofia Hayanen with Kishinemi on the last leg for SK Pointetti. Ikisa. Yeah, and clearly not Alexandra Hornick's day today. He's clearly struggling in his terrain because she was in top 6 of the World Cups last few weekends, and maybe just got very good sprint speed at the moment, which is no bad thing to have, of course, with those world champs approaching.
Yeah, and I think their hope was that she actually could get closer to the leading groups on this a little bit shorter third leg. But now 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind. This is the control we have seen on the first 2 legs as well, but now they're going to approach it from a different direction. This is the part where they have a shorter kind of bit on this third leg. You can see it here, it's only after 3.9 kilometers.
Yeah, there's not as much as you might expect from it being that shorter one. There's not as much in this kind of sandpit area with the more intricate contours.
Sanna Fast, the first runner to that control. And the gap was 27 seconds before.
Really see why it's called a sandpit area from that.
So now we have those 27, 28 seconds. Here we have Kalana Rasti, so still about the same gap.
.31 seconds now, and a different exit direction here.
Interesting to see
Slightly
now
different.
how the race develops for Stora Tuna. Magdalena Olsson was 1 minute and 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, she should be here very soon again, all by herself on this third leg.
She's losing time. Not there yet.
Be very clear to what our runners, our leading runners here, because they're all going to come in from the other direction.
And I mean now for Stora Tuna it's very, very important this leg, because then on the last leg they should have, on paper they have the strongest runner, but I mean the gap of course should be as little as possible, as small as possible.
I mean, what kind of a gap? We've got 9k on this last one. I mean, it's 3 minutes.
I mean, Tua Alexandersson is so good in chasing runners. Almost, I would say she's almost better in that than defending a lead. But still, I mean, 3 minutes is a lot. It's a lot, and it's then you're kind of depending on mistakes by the other runners as well a little bit. But yeah, I think if
we're looking at who's the best in the world, so you know we've got Natalia Gempler running for Alta anymore. Andrea Benjaminson was on the first leg.
Of course. But I mean, if it's under 3 minutes, I think they have a very good chance to win it. But then it's starting to get difficult. As mistake here by Antenui. Not the best direction for Västervik, but kind of saving it. Antenui doing a big mistake here.
Do you think she's just in oxygen death and was navigating to the wrong control, navigating almost to the 9th control?
Or she was, I think she was, actually I think she was not sure if that small track there was a track, and then when she got on the bigger one, she followed that one and thought that it might be the smaller one, something like that.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Because she was
but either way,
checking where the lake is.
Yeah, so maybe just some extra safety measures, basically. But I had said it was kind of 5 teams spread out, then a big group of 7. But the last 2 of those 5 teams, Tampering Printer and Entenwi, have been kind of swallowed up by this chasing group. So basically, we've got 3 teams out in the lead with kind of gaps, which is Ivko, Göteborg, Kalmarasti, and Stora Tuna. So we're looking for the 4th place team. And it is Ivko Göteborg, team number 2. And Tampering Printer, and also Landslusiat, sorry.
Yeah, Mina Kaup is really doing a great race here. She didn't lose any time or just a few seconds compared to fast.
She's caught up from 12th place at the changeover here. In sixth place?
So this is Anna Fast and running cam on the leg to control 12.
And then we saw that mistake there to control 8 and then going along way around the green to control 9 as well. So dropped her down into 8th place. And Jonas, I can tell you that people listening at home have enjoyed my pen pal comments, saying Eva Ernhagen was pen pals with my mum. She also, Ulrika, also had other pen pals in the UK as well. Other people are valuing my comments.
If I'm not satisfied with them contact, maybe you can leave your contact data here so that we can...
I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. So this is live then, tracking here with Pointetti and Iktisa. And more kind of dropping back through the pack there for Alexandra Hornick. It's a shame to see because there's such a strong team on paper and we know she's such a strong runner.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that she's losing that much time here.
It does make me wonder if she's injured or ill or something because she had such strong performance in the sprint and is normally incredibly consistent as well.
And it's a fact that they changed the team, so she was supposed to run the last leg. At least according to the lineup I've seen yesterday, and would make sense as well. But we can only speculate here. This is Esmond Sunta, the second team, into 9th position, 6.5 minutes behind. More teams to come. You can see from this direction here, Venla Relay, so Orienteering, Sofia Hajanen. And I'm gonna have the next TV control, I would say, in about 1.5 minutes. So then we're gonna see how it develops, the fight between IFK Göteborg and Venla Relay, the fight between Sanna Fast and Marika Teine. And also a very important race a little bit behind that Magdalena Olsson is fighting for on her own in order to not let that gap open too much. Here we have Tiseren, 7 minutes and 58, Lilian Forsgren.
And Tisa should be here very, very soon, but we're actually going to then jump across to the later control.
Yeah, so this is control 40.
Control. Yeah, it's still going to be a few minutes before we see the leading runners through here. Should be coming more from the left direction compared to what we've seen previously. A bit of a more tricky approach.
It depends. There are two different ways to get to that control.
Yeah, but both of them, well, neither of them are going to come from the right.
Not from the right, no.
So some of the second leg runners we can see coming through here, and I'd say still a minute or so before we see the leaders. We're looking out for that blue and white of Göteborg. And Sanna Fast, who has had a very clean run, and she's managed to get a gap with a small mistake from Marie Katani. Oh, a small mistake. It was about a minute and a half mistake from the Finn, Calvin Rusty, dropping her into second place.
So now, very soon, I think we're gonna spot Sanna Fast. She should come from straight ahead here into that picture. Now I think that the camera operator spotted something. There she is, a bit from the left. And as we mentioned before, the gap was 31 seconds down to Marie Katani and 1:35 compared to Magdalena Olsson.
Yeah, I think this has grown again, this gap.
Marie Katani most probably will get into the picture from the left.
Did that runner there do a full 360, turning completely around?
It's really hard to put if you're not used to IMIT, to this timekeeping product. It's very hard to get it fit in there. I've been doing many 360 turns at the controls here as well. This is kind of the gap, 57 seconds, so almost a minute now. Here we have the GPS, you can see there different directions to the control 14, and then a straight line back to the arena. You can see control 16 there, that's the second to last control.
Yeah, that's we have that camera. There's those big boards, kind of the washing hanging up on the line, but it's fairly straightforward though here. Although these are 2.5 meter contours, we should say again. It's and then obviously those form line contours are even smaller, so very kind of indistinct shapes, and you're just looking for that boulder for number 50.
Yeah, you don't have a lot to navigate with. Definitely a good thing to take this march and also the vegetation boundary on the west of the control. Otherwise, if you just go straight ahead, you have this 2 stones on the way where Sanna Fast is heading towards right now. And then maybe, I don't know how the visibility is, but maybe you can spot the vegetation boundary to the right of you if you're running there. That would help, of course. Then you have, of course, many other runners running in the same direction. That might help a little bit as well.
But then I remember when we've seen the run camera through that point before, there's quite a lot of undergrowth, and that masks any of the shapes. So you really, if you're an orienteer that's used to relying a lot on the contours, you really have to rely a lot on the other features.
Yeah,
and compass this time.
But this control here, we have had it on the first leg and the second leg, so all of the runners are heading towards this control 15. Yeah. So it should be quite easy to get on this third leg. Here's Magdalena Olsson, and we can see now that the gap is going up towards 3 minutes. 55.
That's what I said, 3 minutes, wasn't it? So she's got to be careful not to let that widen too much. Of course, that was pretty much a complete guess. That the 2 minutes is the right one there.
Here you can see that there are still many runners around that help you with direction. It's also not too easy to overtake them. It starts to get muddy here in these areas. And I think we're going to have Sanna Fast to the last control very, very soon.
This is the 16th control, so
yeah, second to last.
Got the 17th as well. So she will emerge
There
from
she
the
is.
forest. Yep, here she comes, punching this control, and in the lead here.
And you have to,
Clearly, she's managed to get the gap bigger and bigger on every single kind of exchange, I think, here, Sanafast.
and something you have to be very careful with, as always, at Venla and Jukala, there are two different last controls, so be sure that you punch the right one.
Yes, and they did. These were in like the bulletin, though, weren't they? They do tell you that there's two different last controls.
Yeah. Of course, everyone knows about it, but still, when you get there and you're tired, you have to be careful. But usually you have quite many runners around you if you're not in the lead, and they can help you find the right one. But here's Sanafast, and you can see still no punch there at the second to last control. 55 seconds past now. 57 was the gap before.
Yes, the gap has grown again. She's just been very, very strong all the way through this one. It's the shortest of all of the legs. So you think maybe it's a good place to put your weak runner. Sanafast is no weak runner at all. There is not one weak runner in this team from IFK Gothenburg. They are all incredibly, incredibly strong, and she's done exactly what she needs to do. Play it safe and get a gap as well. She's going to hand over to Ingrid Lundenes on the last leg here, who will be chased down, of course, by Mia Nittinen and by Tova Alexandersson. And so maybe Lundenes versus Alexandersson here on this final leg. What a matchup this is going to be.
And we remember Ingrid Lundenes at Tiomila. She struggled a lot there at one of the controls. So I hope she can turn or put this experience away and focus on the run now when she is heading out as the first team, as the first runner onto this fourth leg.
And there's such a big run through here that Ingrid Lundenes will get a sense of what the gap is, because maybe the second place team will just be through there, and Caliban Rossi will just about have the changeover before she sets off on her run. There, number one towards the left picture, just waiting patiently for the exchange. See number one, she's going to hold that number one out to her teammate and just a shout of encouragement as we head on to the fourth and final leg of this relay. Congratulations as well from the second team.
Ida Agervik, Christiansen, I think it was. And now we have the punch from Caliban Rossi, 113 behind, as you can see. So she lost another 15 seconds here.
Yeah, that gap's getting gradually bigger and bigger. And we're looking for the team with number 3 then. So it's going to be Marika Taney coming in towards the finish. Handing over to Mia Nittinen.
Nervous wait for Mia Nittinen. Also quite a nervous wait for Tove Alexandersson. It's so strange to wait there for your runner. You just want to head out. You know that the others already are on the course, or your biggest opponents, and you have to wait. You see them coming. You have seen them cross the line, but they still have to run around, get the maps, and get to you. And you just want to head out into the forest.
Yeah, and the adrenaline's pumping, and you just have to be patient, and you see the runners ahead of you heading off into the terrain, and you've just got to wait then here. And I know a lot of orienteers who actually much prefer running first leg simply because they don't enjoy this waiting, and they don't enjoy not knowing when exactly they're going to head out into the terrain.
But let's take a look at the watch there at the clock. 2:57. Very soon we should get the punch for Stora Tuna, for Magdalena Olsson. Here she is at the finish line, but the gap's bigger than 3 minutes. It's still, of course, it's still possible, but 3 minutes is a lot. It's a lot. So even though she is very strong physically, and we have a quite big running kind of section in the very beginning, it's not too easy to just physically win back 3.5 minutes. And I mean, it's not over.
If anyone can do it, though.
Yeah, of course. But it's not 3:26 when she gets the map leader. There is approximately 45 seconds to run for Magdalena Olsson in order to hand over that map. Check the control number was the advice there.
That's fairly generic advice that works well for everybody.
But it is indeed very, very important, because you have many controls very, very close to each other here.
So here we have her, Magdalena Olsson, getting her map.
There's the map, yeah. Lost another 3 seconds.
Oh, you're being very picky. Better have that safely. And Tova Alexanderson released to go. So 3.5 minutes down on Eve Kuljefberg. What can she do? Are Soratuna able to get the double in the major relays this year? She's got 3.5 minutes to catch up. It's a lot, but if anyone can do it, Tova Alexanderson can do it. We've got Eve Kuljefberg 2 in the mix then. They've about to do the handover. So this is going to be Ida Egeberg Christensen to her sister Malin. Malin Egeberg Christensen, the 2 chain.
Of course, I had the wrong name before. It's Ida coming here, handing over to Malin.
And then we'll have Minna Kauppi going to hand over to Elisa Matila. That's for Larden Sinistia. You see, they have already done the exchange, and Vestivik had a good run. Aileen Carlson pulling up from 8 to 6 on this leg. She's going to hand over to Agnes Nordgård-Prax. So lots of chains on the out in the terrain. So this is Minna Kauppi handing over to Elisa Matila, and that is into the 5th place.
And Minna Kauppi had a great run, only 2 minutes behind Sanna.
Hur fort var du egentligen där? För du får ut i skogen ungefär 2 minuter efter täten. Men ganska plötsligt var du där ensam och först. Hur blev det möjligt?
Ja, nej, men jag visste inte att jag var i tät. Den enda jag har sett är liksom Magdalena, så det var verkligen bara att göra sitt eget lopp. Hålla hårt i kompassen och sen liksom finorientera i höjderna. Men det var lurigt i början. Jag gjorde en liten krok, så då var det så här, verkligen så att man behövde skärpa sig efter det och orientera ordentligt.
Men man fick också löpa jättefort. Jag hörde att det var ganska mycket löpning också. Hur kändes det?
Ja, jag har ju varit skadad nu. Det här var första tävlingen på 10 månader, så mina baksidor gillade inte att springa så fort på hårt underlag. Men i skogen funkar det bra. Liksom. Det kändes som att man kunde springa på liksom, i sitt tempo.
Alltså, egentligen så kom du först och fick ha den där musiken och känslan att komma i täten. Hur kändes det?
Nej, men det är jättekul. Jag är bara glad över att få med igen och väldigt roligt att få springa Venla med sina lagkamrater. Det är alltid årets höjdpunkt liksom, så jättekul.
Ja, det var jättekul att se dig här. Fint att du har kommit nu igång igen. Tack!
Tack så mycket!
So Sanna Fast, she said that she didn't know that she was in the first position. Of course, she's seen, I think it was Magdalena Olsson, but she didn't really know how she was compared to the others. She said that it's very important to keep direction and really try to keep your stuff together. It was very easy to just get a bit off direction or to get unfocused, so you had to be very focused all the way. And she also said that this was her first competition in 10 months, so her muscles, they didn't really like that long running sections. Even if you have to be honest, we couldn't really see that. She was very quick in most of the sections, but she said that she felt her muscle definitely, and that she was very happy to be back again and be able to run Venla with all her club mates after this 10 months break.
Yeah, very impressive considering that maybe she didn't feel like the quickest, but she was absolutely fantastic out of there. We've now had 7 teams do the exchange, and in fact that's the 8th one there. SK and Essie just punching the kind of finish control. That is Sophia Hyenen going to hand over to Jish Nurmi. And Tinui and Pamela Rasti also there too, so 3 teams quite close. And the rain may be falling, but there's loads of people out here to cheer their teammates on, cheer on some of the top orienteers in the world, and really making this a great atmosphere in the arena as well. Get a chance to hit them from Orienteering.
In the lead at first, and then in the exchange at second. Tell a little bit about your race.
Well, technically it was okay, but physically I'm really disappointed what I could do.
Oh, I think we've just lost the interview there from Marika Taney. A disappointing Marika Taney in terms of her physicality. Maybe that's enough that we need to know from her. Yeah. She was losing like small amounts of time compared to Sana Fast actually all the way around this, but it was one of the controls where she made about 1.5 minutes mistake. Sana Fast was just very kind of consistent and attacking the whole way round. Marika Taney, you could feel like she was kind of hanging on in there after her mistake of going out in the lead, dropping down to second. No huge mistakes really in the grand scheme of things. And then Magdalena Olsen just dropping a little bit back through the field, especially in maybe the second part of this race. And so she hands over to Tove Alexanderson, 3.5 minutes down in 3rd place. Those were the top 3 then after 3rd of 4 legs. And with 10 teams having exchanged, 10 teams across 8 minutes, and really, really big gaps out there. And considering how fast this terrain is, maybe bigger gaps than I would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we also heard the runners mentioning this kind of change in orienteering styles, change in terrain. You get into green sections, you get into open sections. Of course, as soon as you get into green sections and you have 2 consecutive controls in this green section, then it's a very high risk, as if you are not really as quick as the others, that you lose them. If you compare it to very open terrain where visibility is good, you have a much better chance to use the change in speed of the runner in front of you in order to close gaps again. But as soon as it gets green, gaps open, and once a gap is open, yeah, people tend to drop off, and yeah, that's what we see here. Kind of many different gaps. Also, I mean, now we have bigger groups again, but also throughout the legs, you can see that gaps open, gap closes again, many turns in the lead and in the chasing group. So it's quite interesting to follow, actually.
Yeah, very, very interesting to follow. And a lot of the runners, when they've come back, they have actually said that they've kind of enjoyed the challenge of the course and of the race as well. But let's catch up with some of these leading runners then on their way out of these starts, and very different route choices, of course, on this first section.
Yeah, and then you can see quite a difficult first control into the green, very flat. You can see EFK Göteborg lost time there, so now almost together with Kalmandras, you can also see Stora Tuna getting closer already. Then heading out to the street straight away there to Alexandersson. Kalmandrasti a bit off direction. EFK Göteborg really trying to save it up, stayed on the street for quite a long time. So now Kalmandrasti they have gotten the control. Here's Mia Niitinen.
Yes, so maybe in first or second place, it's going to be hard to see, but this kind of shows you the visibility really drops when you have these kind of young trees with the leaves, everything.
And this was on the way, I think, to this TV control, because she's gonna appear in the picture very, very soon. And of course, as we are on the last leg now, we'll be able to show pictures from the terrain at almost every point of the race, or pictures from the GPS. But here is Mia Niitinen as the first team.
Yeah, Calvin Rasti back into the lead with that mistake from Ingrid Lindenez. That's both the first control, maybe not the quickest route to the second control either. A safe route though. A safe route into the second control, I think. Maybe she was a bit worried after that first control and actually just wanted to play it safe. The next runner will also have been playing it safe.
Yeah, 16 is the gap between FK Göteborg and Calvin Rasti. Next runner we're waiting for is Tove Alexandersson. And as we know, gap almost 3.5 minutes at the changeover. It's going to be less. It's going to be less.
Spoiler alert. It's going to be less. So how much less? We'll try and leave something to suspense, but it's definitely less.
Well, I could spoil that as well.
I don't think we're going to have to wait. We're not going to have to wait long for it to be spoiled anyway by her arriving.
Very, very soon. Here she is. And yeah 1:13.
So she's closed it from 3:26 to 1:13, 1:14 in 3 controls.
But of course, she doesn't know that. She doesn't know that. So in her mind, she needs still to take quite big risks, or she has to be very attacking in her orienteering style. And as long as she doesn't see the others, she's not going to change that, I'm quite sure.
No, we saw her going out to the track actually to control number 2. Like she's clearly thinking, I'm going to break my running track.
To her control, it was quite a good option if he went out straight away as she did. Ingrid Lunde, she first went kind of the direct option and then quite lately went out to the street. So I think it was quicker the way Tove did it. And here you can see this forking system. We have never seen that because, as you can see, it's 4 different options, so they were used on all the legs. We had quite some changes here, especially problems at control 6 when they came from 5 to 6 and kind of running parallel to the slope over this marsh. Many of the runners ended up at the wrong control or a bit off direction there. And you can see Stora Tuna with the F option, as has IFK Göteborg, Calvin Rasti D. And if you have D, you have to go quite far away there at the first control, at control 5, but then you have the closest one at control 6. So they should be approximately similar to each other.
Yeah, and a lot of the kind of footage that we were seeing was them crossing up to the 6th control, and we could see everybody looking left and right as all of the runners really kind of fanned out. They really spread out, and it was really very tricky. We're looking, so Tampere Printer, I think just through there into 5th spots. We're watching out for Vestovic as well.
You can also see that the tail in the graphics is 1 minute, and well, the gap now between Calvin Rasti and Stora Tuna is less than a minute. Then as well, I mean, if you have the F option as IFK Göteborg, you have to go quite far to the north, but then you can run out on the street quite early. If you have the D control, for example, we've seen many of the runners before on the early legs, they were staying up there in the terrain, and makes the control a little bit more difficult at 7 compared to if you can run out and just follow the street until the refreshment point and just head up a few meters into the forest.
Yeah, if you look back on the end on that tracking, so Storatuna has had sea control, just very, very direct through the terrain, really keeping on a compass incredibly well.
So now she might be possible if she's very. I mean, there are other runners there, so I'm not sure if she really can spot Kalevandrasti where she is right now. But I think from just seeing from the visibility, it should be possible.
Yes, if there was a clear forest and it was quiet and there were no other runners, I think you would be able to see there because it looks so visible on that section, and then especially when you get back up onto the hill again and it gets a little bit more open. And you can see, so Temporine Printer leading the next kind of chasing group. After those three, it's coming very shortly into this very open section.
So
behind Kalevandrasti and Ittinen.
Yeah, this is on the way to control 6. So one of this passage parallel to the, let's call it slope. You can also see the small tracks already in the terrain here. There are so many of them, so you have to be careful in order to take the right one. But she has good direction toward control, as it seems on the GPS.
Yeah, it looks very good on the GPS. And yeah, it shows that, was using the tracks when they suited her and then dropped off the tracks, to nail the control, basically, to spike the control.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like she has spiked the control and then not going out towards the track, as you kind of said previously, going to go straight into the control as a subtrack.
You could see that the teams behind the EFK Göteborg who had the F option, she's definitely going out on the path, on the track. Still approximately half a minute until we're going to have Mia Nittinen to this control. Here she is, first punch, so let's see how big the gap is now compared to either EFK Göteborg or Storatuna. Here we have EFK Göteborg. It's not a big gap, only 15 seconds.
Yeah, so close by a couple of seconds compared to last time we saw them. And then what was Tova was about a minute down, and there she is. So actually, all these three teams just come really quite closely back together again within half a minute.
Yeah, here you can see the forking again. EFK Göteborg getting to the wrong forking. First to the E option, then had to turn up to F, and you can see the difference here on just on the street towards control 7, how quick she is.
Yeah, so behind Tova here on the next section. In fact, I think this is a little replay of her going through the by control number 6, I think.
I think so too. Because it's not as nice terrain later on as it was there.
No,
I don't think
really
it was live to control 8.
No, it's quite grotty terrain and they're all going to be brought back close together again.
So next team, we are waiting for second team for EFK Göteborg. blir inte Landensunistaja at Västervik. But first should be IFK Göteborg, second team. They were approximately a minute in front.
Yes, again looking at the blue and white.
I can see that there's quite a change in the weather again. Now it's sunshine.
Yeah, having all the weathers all in one day. Looks like.
Better all the weathers than all the seasons. Here she is. IFK Göteborg and Malin Agrevik Christiansen. So this is a replay. Let's take a look at Västervik. They seem to be very highlighted here. Was at almost all the controls. Had to go to C.
It looks like she went to C though, but maybe she didn't punch it.
I think she was a bit off.
Yeah, must have been so close though.
Well, obviously she was.
That's where terrain like this can be very, very frustrating because you just missing the control. You have to put in a lot of work to relocate. There is a Venla Relay for Tampering Printer. And is she leading around a small group of others? As we skip ahead. In fact, skip back to the previous TV control. With Espen Sunter 2 still up there in the top 20. Line there as well. One of those who kind of made mistakes in the first leg or two. Been playing catch up ever since.
I can also say that we have seen from the SEC TV control, which we have in the big picture, there's a rather short control to control 8, and from there we are heading quite far north into a new area that hasn't been used in this women's relay yet. Looks to be very, very nice there. Open rocks. Also one area there we had kind of a forest, where they had fire in the forest 1 year ago, so they promised us that it's gonna look quite special, quite creepy up there. I hope we're gonna see that in the picture.
Yeah, the only one of the women's courses actually to head up to that section.
Yeah.
Again, it's almost like you have the first part, which is quite flat, a lot of point features. Then for all of the other ones, you have the second section with more detailed contours, a bit greener. And then this section in the north is really quite different again, with those open rocks, as you mentioned, and could be really very distinctive. It's probably quite fun to run around there as well.
I think so too. It looks very fun if you look at the map at least.
In the big picture, watching out for Västervik. You can see her approaching.
Here she is. Agnes Nørgaard Kracht, punching there into 7th position, 6:21 behind. I think you're waiting for Pojantetti. NTNUI maybe. There we have Pojan Täti. Kirsi Nurmi. So, let's see, they were behind that Henry. Anne Durkorn, here she is, Anne Durkorn. Great shape at the World Cup in Italy.
Yeah, it was in the top 3 on that individual sprints. Managed to get all those route choices and kind of underpasses and steps down through that garden. We just saw Pamela Rasti through there. That is Maya Vetela, sorry. So Tisa are on their way, Cora as well, Nidalen. That was Lisa Risby there for Coca-Cola. Climbs up from 13th place to 11th so far on this leg.
Iktisa, Helena Karlsson and Sandra Grossberga. And I think we're going to switch soon, very soon, to the next TV control because take a look at the GPS. I can see that they're very soon approaching this area we've been talking about. Here we are, and it looks beautiful up here.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. The weather is cleared up in this section anyway.
Not really that burned area as I expected it to be. Maybe it's a bit further away. But just to mention, but I was teasing it a bit before that there's something on the last leg that's a bit special because there is this area they had fire last year, I think approximately that time of the year, 1 year ago. And it's still quite black and yeah, of course, I mean, where they had the fire and everything. So they painted the control in that kind of black color so that it doesn't stick out that much when you look at it. Quite special. So of course not the control
is what?
But
black and
this wooden thing here. So they painted it in order to not stick out too much. But here we have the first team, IFK Göteborg.
That's going to stand out.
And we are waiting for Stura Tuna. She punched right here.
Yep.
13 seconds behind. Where is Kalan Rasti? There she is.
Yeah, so she's dropped from 1st to 3rd then through these last 2 TV controls.
And we can see here runnability is really good. It's hard on the ground. Visibility is good.
And so, yeah, you can compare the standings at 3.1 kilometre mark compared to here at the 4.8 kilometres, and we have a change in the order. But still, those 3 teams within 30 seconds, which says to me that anything can happen.
So this is the long leg, this kind of transportation leg up to the area. We just had that in the picture. You can see that they all were on the same route. Stora Tuna just pushing harder than EF Göteborg, heading up the terrain a little bit earlier, seems to be quicker. Now punching on control 11, and of course it's unforked up here because none of the other legs has been that far away from the arena. It's quite easy for the runners to figure out as well.
Yeah, and we know for certain they've seen each other, obviously, as they overtook each other and run up that track as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were basically together on the track up to control 8 or 9.
So catching up with them then here on their way towards control number 12. Still no evidence yet of this burnt section, but we've got Lundenes and Alexanderson in the picture.
And we also get Malin Agervik Christiansen to the control. She was 2:51 behind. Maybe a bit closer now. Great job running all alone here. Actually having the third best running time so far of those, the second best running time so far of those 4 teams. A bit, more than a minute slower than to Alexanderson, but a good race.
Yeah, she's caught up to 2 minutes compared to the changeover, but and again caught up another kind of 15-20 seconds between the 3.1 and 4.8k marks.
Yeah, next team to approach should be Tampere and Laden Sunistajat. Here we have
there they are.
And we have Lisa Mattila.
Almost shadowing each other, going the same way through those sections. Venla Relay, one of the stronger last leg runners, I think, here in this relay. But let's see if he's able to catch up any time, any places.
Approximately the same speed as Malin Agervik Christiansen. She's 3 seconds slower to that point, Venla Relay.
So we have these drone shots then over the course to see Venla Relay.
Should be that area where you can see that here was a fire when you look at the trees and everything.
Yeah, you can see those tree trunks getting darker and darker, and then they've obviously painted the wooden unit black, as you said.
It'd be cool to see it.
It really would. I hope we stick along with these guys.
Too painted here.
No, that one you can see quite clearly, can't you? That's 11th control.
Painted the legs of it because you wouldn't see it from above anyway. So here you can see very clear the border from the fire to the rest of the forest. Cool pictures, and they're splitting up towards control 13. Oh, control 12, of course.
And then you can see them leading 3, splitting up on their way towards control 14. Kalavanasti going a different way. Nuttinen maybe feeling she needs to do something different if she's not able to match pace with Stora
at 13, so I don't think that she was able to see where the others went.
I think team route choices, of course, the one from Stora and Göteborg maybe a bit shorter.
Yeah, but I think it's a good choice to go. It's quite easy exit from 13 as well. If you go the Kalmanrasti way, it's a bit more distance from this point if you don't cut through the terrain. You can run this kind of S shape. It's still together, Stora Tuna and IFK Göteborg. And here is the TV control we have seen on all the 3 first legs. Now coming again from a different direction or from yeah.
They're going to be running towards us, aren't they? Yeah.
From the direction you've seen them on the first and second leg. Here we have Tove Alexandersson.
Yeah, very, very clear, very distinctive running style, very attacking, high leg turnover, and yeah, she is in the lead. She's done it, she's caught up, and she's got a decent gap then to the next runners, and she just takes that punch very quickly, very decisive in her next moves, very clearly planned ahead. It is a very easy control, the next one. It's almost something that a 12-year-old would do. But I'm like desperately thinking in my head, I would call it an orange course control, but that's only like a thing in the UK. So I'm trying to figure out how I describe that to international viewers.
But actually, I mean, those courses here, they're meant to be for both elite runners and for kind of beginners almost. So you have to, there's always this kind of compromises on a few of the controls. Of course, most often it's a bit of transportation to a point where you get a good route choice from or to. But you have quite often in these relays that a few of the controls are a bit easier. Especially towards the TV controls and away from the TV controls so that you know which directions they come from and leave the control.
So now we can catch up with some of this running cam footage then here on maybe some of the burnt section and just get a view of how clear it is out there. This all looks like it was undamaged by the fire, but still so beautiful out on the tops of these hills.
Yeah.
In fact, the running cam can't keep up with them. Yeah, absolutely. Having to put in a good burst of effort to try and catch up there. And that was on that northern section.
We had Kalmanrasti here a minute ago. That's the third team. Next team to approach is the teams you have seen just in the running cam. Tampere Pirinte and Ladansunistajat, but yeah, we have to wait another 2 minutes, maybe 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, we've lost their tracking, so it should be IFK Göteborg 2.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, with Marlene Christensen should be the next person in. We should be able to spot her running towards us.
And there she is.
Dropped a little bit more time here compared to Alexanderson, but still within 3 minutes. And then even so on this leg, they had the more kind of technical section on the northern part of the course. They've got less section in this sand bowl, as it's been described in the competition details. It's called a sandpit. It contains a large old sandpit which is developed into a varied orienteering landscape with numerous small ponds and knolls, is what the competition instruction said.
It's not exactly the point we are right now. I think it is this area we had the four kings throughout the first and second leg when they were heading towards the north. This is just the very border of it. So we had now the Sunisayat and Tampere Pyrinto here 20 seconds ago, position 5 and 6. Next teams, NTNUI, Västervik, Orienteering. Actually on the route choice where we had Tove Alexandersson and Stora Tuna, not the one where we had Tampere Pyrinto or Kalvan Rasti or Laden Sunisayat.
But so just taking a look at the GPS tracking, and the leading teams are on a long leg through towards the kind of on their way back towards the arena. And I thought, Calvin Rassi might have been way out of it, nearly a whole minute behind second place. And now Calvin Rassi and Ivo Korsberg are together.
And then you can see that we dropped Stura Tuna, but I have the position of the camera operators as well. And I'm quite sure that the camera operator is just running behind Stura Tuna, which is approximately a minute ahead of the other two teams.
Yeah, I would guess exactly the same. So it looks like, barring any big mistakes, Stura Tuna are on for the double.
I mean, it doesn't need a big mistake. It's enough with 1 minute mistake. And then they would be there as well. There's also, now we can say it, there's also 4 king coming, where Tove Alexandersson is right now. And I would say that there's one of the options might be a bit longer. She might have the shorter one here though.
Yes, it's quite a strange forking to have, where exactly the controls are situated in relation to each other.
It's okay to have it like this. It's a bit strange because it's quite close to the finish, the last forking, not that usual. But it wasn't possible to have it at another place because it had to be forked with the third leg, and the third leg didn't go that far, so this was the only place to have it. That's why it's so late in the competition. Now we had Anne Durkorn punching here for NTNUI, 7 minutes 24 behind. We have other teams to come here. This is the replay between Stora Tuna, IFK Göteborg and Kalvan Rasti. The different route choices to control 14. Then you have IFK Göteborg.
And we saw them at 15.
Yeah, and I mean, this was exactly the point where Tove was kind of just pushing away from Lundanes. You can see difference in speed, and here different exit from the control. That's where Lundanes lost time. There, she opened up again for Kalvan Rasti to get back, and here we can see that the gap is approximately a minute. You can also see this different forking, where you can have Chi, which I think might be a bit quicker because you have this 90 degree almost, no, even a bit more than 90 degrees turn. You also have a very nice entrance to control 19 if you have this Chi option. But of course, I mean, the other teams had one on the third leg, but IFK Göteborg just turning again on the way to 17. Definitely a mistake here. What is she doing? She thinks
Where
that
does
her
she think
control
she
has to
is?
be there. I think she thinks that the control has to be there. She might have over pushed on the long leg and now thinking that she already is close to the control on the top of the hill. Going back, or then...
Which control does she have? Have we seen which one she has?
I think maybe she has the G control.
I think she's got the G control, and therefore she doesn't need to go far. But she's obviously followed Mia Nittinen on the way to the H control, which is why it's all in a strange order, I think.
I can check that. She has the G control.
Yes, so it looks like, Nittinen, she was following Nittinen, who was going to H, who successfully got H, but she stopped. She stopped actually a good distance off the path, but she just didn't have the direction, or came off that path too late.
Now she has to go out to the path again in order to get the right direction and the right distance to the control. So now she's in danger to be overtaken by the second team.
I think she is being overtaken by the second team, and there's other two teams closing. We've got Tampereen Printer and Adams Cilicia both closing. So maybe this is where the drama of this relay is going to come from.
And we have now punching the 19th control as well.
So this is a recap of what we were just explaining there. You can see Lundenez were kind of following in that same direction as if she was going to the H, but stopping because she knew she was going to go too far otherwise, but they're not quite having the clear direction of exactly where to go next.
I can also tell you that after this control 19, they actually have a little bit different controls compared to the 3 first legs, so they're going into areas where there are no other runners around, so no help from the runners towards the controls.
I like that as a concept for the course setting. I think that's
at the same time, it's not the most difficult controls. You would maybe call it the Women 16 course. if the one before was Women 12. So
it's 12. Nittinen though through at that point, that's control number 19. And 2 minutes down, but the really interesting thing is who do we see next to this control? I think we're going to have another minute or so to wait before we see the third place team, but it might not, it might be IFK Göteborg, but it might not be their first team.
And looking at the GPS, you could see that Tove Alexandersson kind of dropped a lot of speed towards the control. She wanted to be really, really sure to get it, but I think she has punched it. The 20th control now on the way to the 21st, and that's really the last real control of the course, because then 22 is the pre-warning, second to last control, and then 23, 22, 23 is just running.
So you can see then on the tracking that lots of teams all come together here on this forking section. We haven't got it. We've lost a few GPSs on there as well, but
Ingrid Lundenez still has not gotten her control. She's still at H. I think she turned again there.
And you can see that she would have been dragged into that spot by those other runners running around there, but she's got to go back out to the track, or maybe there's a small road between the G and H controls that must be really quite indistinct on the map, and you've got to then maybe use that to get back to G.
Yeah, now she has been at H. She should really try to relocate at the control there and then get to her control. But it's also a problem. She has been relocating twice now and didn't find the control. But here we have the third team getting to the TV control, and it is the second team of IFK Göteborg.
Yeah, Malin Egberg Christensen doing a fantastic job there, just managing to get those controls, no problems at all. And suddenly the second team is ahead of the first team, as we know they've got so much depth in that squad and in that club. But what great kind of work from the whole team to kind of manage to catch them up and
I mean,
really climbing places all the way through.
She's running all alone. She lost 3 minutes so far compared to Tove Alexandersson. If she would have been running the last leg in the first team, they would be together now, Stura Tuna, and because I think the gap was almost exactly 3 minutes, or a bit more even. But
Seen that through. That was Elisa Matala.
And Tove Alexandersson has punched the 21st control. So now it's really just running out on the open field towards the second to last control and then to the finish. So, well, I will say it now, nothing will happen. Stura Tuna will win this Venla Relay 2024.
Yes, it is not a big risk to make that call whatsoever. As you see Venla through, it is plain sailing. So bar a disqualification or something like that, she should be home and dry with what I think will turn out to be a considerable lead here at the end of the Venla Relay. We can tell you that Ingrid Lindenez has, I think, now found the G control. She's on her way to the second control in that forking, but will have dropped possibly about 10 places. No, maybe not quite that many, maybe 5 or 6 places.
And here we're waiting at the second to last control, and we can see Tove Alexandersson getting here for Stura Tuna.
Well, yeah, she has done it again, hasn't she? We were talking, I thought, 3 minutes, she can make up 3 minutes. She has made up that 3.5 minutes and then some on the rest of the field. And she made up a lot of that by barely a third of the way through the course. And has just been incredibly strong. Of course, she's now managed to switch most of her focus to sprint orienteering with those World Cups and ahead of the World Championships. Been training out in Edinburgh, but this is what she really loves. She loves the forest. She loves competing in the terrain and pushing herself, and she loves chasing people down, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
right.
and I mean a lot of credit also to Rebecca Heinerup, who had an incredibly difficult task here. The first leg is a nervous one. She had a lot of pressure on her because everyone was talking about Stura Tuna being the big favorites. Everyone was talking about that they had really strong runners from the second leg to the finish. She did a great job on the first leg. In the end, it was actually Magdalena Olsson who lost a bit of time, but of course she had strong competitors there as well. And yeah, you mentioned it, 3.5 minutes wasn't enough, at least not compared to Kalevan Drasti, so very well-deserved victory for Stura Tuna.
Yeah, and they all joined together. Big smiles all around from Rebecca Heinerup, Maria Olausson, Magdalena Olsson and Tove Alexandersson on this last leg then with 3 hours and 21 minutes of running in total. It is Stura Tuna who can take the win again and take the win of not just 2 meters this year, adding Venla to the list as well.
And I don't want to spoil the things here or interrupt the celebrations, but Kalevan Drasti has problems at the third to last control. It's quite easy to relocate there, but IFK Göteborg's second team is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, it could open up the door for something interesting here. But look how many photographers there are to congratulate this quartet. Amazing work and already into chatting about the race and the course as well.
I think she's just getting there in time.
Yeah, I think it should be okay.
And actually, IFK Göteborg's second team is off direction as well. I think she's following the first 3 legs to their controls. So maybe opens up for Ladanzuni Snayat behind now. It's kind of a drama here, the fight for the second, maybe not second anymore, but the third position at least. Look at this. Kalevan Drasti missing that control 21. As I said before, there's no other runner going towards this one. It's a totally fresh control. found the control, as I said, very easy to relocate. The other control was at the stone there. Close to where Rusty is right now. So I think they were following those runners a bit too long. All of the teams here actually. But you have the open field behind the control that makes it very easy to relocate. So I think that the tactics should be now to head out. I think EFK Göteborg now thinks that they're too much to the north and heading to the wrong edge of the corner of the open field. So this might open up for Tampere and Pirita.
Yes, this could open up for any of these three teams that we see together now battling for third place.
Now. Here we are waiting for Kalavan.
Here she is. Let me Nittinen here in towards the finish and become a major part of the Finnish national team in terms of European champs, world champs over the last few years in the forest, certainly. Top 20 in the long distance at the World Championships, and it wasn't plain sailing at all, especially as we've just seen there on that final stage. But it's enough to take her team into that second place, and crucially, she managed those forkings at the end where we saw Ingrid Luntenes drop down. She's just managed to get that absolutely spot on, and means she is clear in that second place. She will join in on the run in Cecile Colondri, Ida Happala, Marika Taney. And you've got to say, Ida Happala was, for me, the big star in this team, catching up from 12th to 1st on the second leg.
Very good performance there by Ida Happala. And I mean the whole team, I mean they did quite a good job throughout the whole relay. It was a very hard task here for Mia Niitinen when she got into this kind of fight, woman to woman, against Tuve Alexandersson. There are not many runners in the world who could win that one. So good team performance. I think they're going to be happy with that second position. Maybe Marika Taney, as she mentioned in the very, very short interview we got, that her body, her physical shape today wasn't good enough in order to kind of keep the gap big enough compared to Tuve Alexandersson. But maybe we can switch back now to the fight for the third, because now all the teams punched the Control 21 on the way halfway to the second to last control.
Yeah, and they pretty much punched it together, I think.
Yeah, and we lost a few of the GPS connections, so we can't really tell you who's first. Here's Zlatan Sunisayat. She is the first one to get to this control. I don't know if she knows about the situation that she's fighting for the top 3.
No, I remember, yeah, there's been lots of times, especially when it's been top 3, top 5, they have had no idea that they've known which...
We had the other teams as well, only 13 seconds behind, so if she doesn't know anything about the situation, it could be tight again, but 13 seconds, quite a gap to Tampere and Pirita, and then another 2 seconds to second team of EFK Göteborg.
So let's see if we can catch them all. We've got Elisa Mattler then in third place, chased by Venla Relay and Malin Egevic Christiansen. But she looks like she's maybe got enough of a gap then here. So she doesn't have to get all the way around the U-turn. The finish line is fairly close. But this is the third place team.
Here we
see the chasers there in 15 and 6.
Yeah, and you can see that the EFK Göteborg now passed Tampere and Pirita.
Yeah, Malin Egevic Christensen passing Venla Relay. But this is the third place team then here. And they are joined together on this run-in. Carolina Aposti, Dana Kaupala, Minna Kaupi and Elisa Mattler.
Yeah,
they are not a team who are amongst your top favourites, but a very strong, clean performance here. And there is a chase on behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a fight for the 4th position anymore. It's quite clear that the EFK Göteborg is going to take it. One of the key players here in that team, definitely Minna Kaupi, with a great performance on the third leg. She really took the team up the result list again. And behind you can see that we have the punch of IFK Göteborg and also now the Tampere Pyr into 5th position.
So all changed on those last stages and then really very close between 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's Molly Christensen, so just pulling her team up into 4th place then. And to the best team from this year as well was surprised. Great results there for Tunisia. You definitely put them as outsiders in the top 3, but just consistent. Pressing on Venla Relay then here. You really would have given it her all on that change. Such a strong athlete, all-round athlete.
Fortunately, the gap is big enough. She doesn't have to hurry that much to get away from the finish line. Next teams, NTNUI, IFK Göteborg, first team, and Västervik. They're going to have a fight for the 6th position. Advantage there for Anne Dyrkorn for NTNUI. Punched is second to last control, 7 seconds ahead of IFK Göteborg and Ingrid Lundenes. And there's 1 second of a gap, if you want to call it a gap, between IFK Göteborg and Västervik and Norrgård Kracht. So those are the next teams to approach the finish.
I can't tell if they're consoling or congratulating Marlene there. Of course, they know each other so well. Close-knit squad. The next team's in towards the finish. They're on the run in now. We'll catch a glimpse of them at NTNUI. Punches the finish into 6th place. There. That was Anna Dyrkorn towards the finish. With Ingrid Lundenes and straight there to console her. That was a big mistake at the end there. I'm just going to be very upset. She's such a great punch. Great orienteer. International. But just kind of followed top thoughts, and yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that on this relay, to be honest.
It was quite similar to what happened on the Mila. She did a big mistake there as well. Took her a lot of time to get control over the situation again. Here we have kind of the recap of the relay. I can tell you there are more teams behind that struggle a bit with this control 21. Further teams to the finish as well. I think now we have Kåre Nydalen finishing the top 10. For the day, Lisa Risby taking Kåre into 9th and Helena Karlsson taking Nydalens into 10th. And then not just now, we also got Pojantetti with Kirsi Nurmi into 11th position.
Yes, so 10 teams into the finish within 10 minutes of our winners of Storatuna. And the round up there of our top 10 as we described them. I believe it was 4 minutes in the end for Storatuna. But some tight racing then for those kind of 3rd, 4th spots, 4th, 7th and 8th as well, with that 21st control, which I can see Cecilia and Halden both messing up as we speak. Really just throwing the cat amongst the pigeons and messing up as well. Let's hear from the
Stort grattis Stora Tuna! Det blev dubbel i år. Var det något som ni på riktigt siktade för?
Ja, men vi har varit väldigt fokuserade på stafetterna i år. Jag tror vi alla 4 har varit väldigt sugna på stafetterna. Så vi har haft mycket fokus på det. Så då känns det helt fantastiskt att vi har kunnat leverera så bra på båda två.
Och, det var ganska många andra också där på sista sträckan med dig Tove. Men visste du redan att du har den starkaste benen idag igen?
Nej, men det var ju en ganska bra lucka fram, så jag visste att jag var tvungen att göra ett riktigt bra lopp för att komma ikapp dem. Så jag låg på hårt redan från start och det var en väldigt skön känsla när jag såg dem och sen kunde få en lucka till dem. Men det var några riktigt luriga kontroller i slutet också, så man känner sig aldrig säker, utan det gäller att ha fokus hela vägen in.
Det gör det. Sen Magdalena, du hade tredje sträckan. Var det någon press just för det där att bli det förhandsfavoriter?
Ja, såklart är det, och det är ett annorlunda läge för mig att gå ut så bra helt enkelt i stafetten. Så jag har sprungit helt själv och vet att jag har legat långt fram, så att det var absolut press. Men jag kände mig trygg och säker i min orientering, så det var väldigt kul.
Marie, då, hur bra hade ni förberett er för? Hade ni tränat här inför Venla-kavlen?
Jo, vi var ute i träningsterräng igår och så vet vi att vi är bra fysiskt tränade nu och en del av oss är vant till att löpa i nordisk terräng. Så sett på gamla kart och sånt och då blir det ofta bra.
Det hjälper ganska mycket. Och Rebecka, på första sträckan var det ganska bra fart genast från början. Hur kändes det?
Ja, det var mycket löpa i början då. Men sen tyckte jag att farten sakades ner när man kom in i skogen. Och det gällde att ha koll, för det var mycket gafflat. Men jag tyckte det kändes bra hela vägen och jag sprang lugnt och kontrollerat. Så ja, det var bra.
Så en sista fråga. Har ni planer nu? Hur ska ni festa det här?
Ja, men först får vi heja på killarna och hoppas på att de också springer riktigt bra. Och sen blir det förhoppningsvis firande för hela klubben.
Det hoppas vi. Tack så mycket och grattis.
Yeah, so quite a lot of work for me, but I tried to summarize it a little bit. Tove Alexandersson was talking about about the focus. I mean, she was asked how it felt now to take the double together with Tio Mila and Jukala, and she said that they all were very focused on relays the whole year, and of course it's a very nice feeling to get both of it. She also said that she knew from the beginning that she had to be very attacking and that she had to do a good race in order to get and close the gap to the other teams. But it was quite tricky, she said, and that you had to be quite focused all the way into the finish because also the last controls were kind of tricky and difficult. Magdalena Olsson was then talking about the pressure she felt on her, and that she definitely felt that she's not that used to go out in that kind of situations and in this position also that late in a relay. But she felt good and she had a really good race, so she was satisfied. Marie Olausson was asked about the preparation, and she said that that of course they were looking at all maps and they were training a few days before, but usually when you're kind of prepared for this Nordic or Scandinavian terrain, then they're experienced enough to go and perform without like a lot of training camps before. And Rebecca Heinerup told us that the speed was very high in the beginning, but that it slowed down after, when the real orienteering started, basically, and that she was very calm and controlled and had a really good race throughout the course. And in the very end, she was asked what they were going to do, and of course they will cheer now for the men later on, and then hopefully take the double there as well, the double.
Yeah, well, the double-double could well be on for Stora Tuna. What a fantastic set of Venla Relay. We've got 18 teams through into the finish so far. We're going to leave this pitch up for a bit. And how would you sum up this relay overall, Jonas? Fast, flat, maybe not as fast as we thought it was going to be, but still.
I think actually we're gonna, before we summarize it, I think we're gonna hear from Ingrid Lundenes as well. So let's just take that before Catherine.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to hear what she's got to say about the very tricky mistakes that she made, and maybe one of the more decisive parts of this relay as well. I think she's on her way towards our camera position. And then we'll try and sum up and have a look forward ahead towards Jukla, because obviously lots of people have been watching this relay, been watching the production, who maybe going to be running later tonight in the early hours of tomorrow morning. They'll be trying to have a little look at the terrain, look at the maps. Of course, it's very, very different at night, so it completely changes everything for some of these teams. And we're going to have Chelsea individuals as a learners all probably have this train of thought. But what do you think with those who are running, you're going to take what will they take away from watching this race?
I'm sorry, I didn't really. I have the background sound. But now I think we take the interview before you ask any more questions, Catherine.
Ingrid Lundanes, det blev ganska struligt där lite vid ett ställe. Berätta lite vad som hände.
Ja, innan dess hade jag försökt hänga på Tove och det gick bra ett tag och jag kände mig ganska stark, men sen när jag sprang på stigen en bit så kände jag att jag hade sprungit allt för snabbt, så jag kände mig väldigt trött och hade ganska svårt för att fokusera, men jag tyckte jag hade en god riktning in mot kontrollen. Jag hade ett säkert punkt, trodde jag. Och sen såg jag mig runt och jag såg ingen stor sten. Och då tänkte jag okej, men då springer jag bara vidare till stigen bakom. Men den såg jag aldrig, så jag sprang alldeles för långt. Då tänkte jag att jag måste springa tillbaka. Fann ett nytt säkert punkt, försökte igen. Hittade den inte och då kände jag paniken komma. Men ja, det är svårt när man springer på ett lag med så bra lagkompisar och det känns väldigt dåligt att göra sådana saker.
Det gör det säkert, men ni har jättemånga fina lag och säkert jättetrevliga lagkompisar, så jag är helt säker på att de kommer att trösta dig jättemycket efter det här.
Ja, jag har jättebra lagkompisar och sen var det kul att se andra laget också springa så bra.
Ja, det visade ni för de andra hur starka ni är med två lag. Så nu är det bara blicken vidare och tack för intervjun.
Ja, tack.
So she said that the situation is that she tried to keep together with Tuve on the long leg down to this forking we have seen, and that it probably was a bit too quick for her and that she got very, very tired. So she had difficulties to kind of stay focused and keep control, but she thought that she was on the right way but couldn't see the features on the way, and then suddenly she lost total control over the situation, had to relocate, but without finding the features she wanted to use for the relocation. So she said it was just a terrible feeling because she experienced, and of course she saw the other teams as well, that she was just dropping behind, and she was very, very disappointed. And but she also highlighted that it was good to see that the second team did such a good performance, and that there are so many good performances within the club. But of course, she was very, very disappointed.
Yeah, understandably, and that's what makes this head-to-head racing so tricky, so dramatic, and so interesting as well. And we're going to keep this Finnish camera up for the next 20 minutes to see some more of the teams change over, to see more of the teams finish. Of course, we'll be back again in quite a few hours for the Jukla relay. But as we kind of wrap up, what units did you make of this relay overall? We knew it was going to be fast, maybe not quite as fast as we were expecting.
Yeah, it was. If we look at the predicted times, it was definitely slower, maybe a bit more tricky than the course planner and also the runners expected. It is flat. What I was a bit surprised about is that we've seen the group splitting up so early. Usually we see on the first leg many of the runners together for a very long time. Today, maybe due to the visibility in a few parts, we could see that they split it up and that we had gaps early on in the competition. Otherwise, it is as it usually is in the big relays. You have the favorite teams and a few of them dropping out of the competition if they do big mistakes, and it's very hard to get back again once you're out. There's one team that managed to do so. I mean, come back with when they were 3.5 minutes behind, but it was maybe the best runner in the field needed in order to do so. For Stora Tuna to turn around again the 3.5 minute gap they had after 3 legs. So it was a tight race. Of course, mistakes are possible in this kind of terrain. And if I look ahead towards the Jukkola relay, when we get the element of night orienteering into the competition as well, of course, it's not we're quite far north. It's not getting very, very, very dark, but it doesn't need to be totally dark in order to get this terrain to get difficult, especially in the green bits, and there definitely are green bits here. So I think we have many hours of interesting orienteering waiting for us throughout the night.
Yeah, there'll be many hours of coverage. We'll be back very soon with those 7 legs throughout the night. Hope you enjoyed the Venla Relay, and we look forward to the Jukkola Relay later on tonight. We hope you'll join us back then.
See you back.
Kaleva Rasti kakkosjoukkue siirsi ilmenottelussa haastattelun aikana. Kaleva Rasti kakkonen 30. Hallin SK second team today 31st. Ja IFK Göteborg third team. And Byåsen IL next team to arrive to the finish. Klara Axelsson, Mari Fasting. Ja Klara pystyy pitämään Marin takanaan. That means that IFK Göteborg third team is today on the place 33. Ja Byåsen IL on place 34. Ja toki leiman tarkastus pitää tässä käydä. Mitä hylkäyksiä on aina sieltä täältä muutamia tullut, mutta aika vähän täältä kärkijoukkueelta kuitenkin.
Joo, kyllähän ei ihan selvät sävelet ole. Jäin tuossa vielä miettimään tätä kolmikkoa, että kyllä toi Stora Tuna on, se on niin kova sen takia, että Tuve on niin kova. Mutta sitten taas Kaleva Rasti ja Lahden suunnistajien suoritukset oli tänään kyllä ne tasapainoisimmat. Et ehkä siellä Tampereen pyrinnällä sitten jää jotain pikkusen sinne hampaiden koloon vielä rasittaa tältä päivältä, mutta upeita suorituksia myös tasapainoisia niin Kaleva Rastilta kuin Lahden suunnistajilta, ja Tampereen pyrintäkin voi kyllä ihan tyytyväisenä täältä lähteä.
Aivan varmasti juuri näin, ja tässä on käyty hyviä kiritaisteluita, hyviä puristuksia loppuun saakka. Hyvin puristaa loppuun myös Mira Kaskinen. Ratkarhu tänään 35. Ja maaliin odotetaan seuraavaksi Vekkelaget SK:ta Tilda Johansson. Ankkuroin joukkueen seuraavana kotimaali. Ja sitten käydään loppukiritaistelua. Uwe Norska, Vermoser, Tumpamalar, UK, Freja Järne, Antean Louis, third team, Anne-Sophie Glug iskevät seuraavaksi yhteen, mutta näyttää siltä, että tasaisesti 5 metrin välein. It looks that there is a 5 meters between the women, so that the places will not change. Vekkelaget is 36, Norska 37, Tumpamalar 38, and Antean Louis 39. 39 joukkuetta maalissa, ja IK Haapaspoika Husqvarna, joka oli todellisissa vaikeuksissa alkuosuuksilla. Annika Simonsen ankuroi nyt joukkueen 40. IK Haapaspoika Husqvarna will be the 40th team to arrive to the finish. Tässä on muuten, Maria, ihan mukava kurkata sellaista tilannetta, että ensimmäiseltä osuudelta meillä taitaa olla niin, että
1360 joukkuetta.
Kyllä, maalissa ja toisaalta osuudessa 1125, 398 joukkuetta vaihdossa 3.
Joo, eli ensimmäiseltä osuudelta pitäisi olla tulevat, kun yhteensä oli joukkuetta 1421, niin siellä olisi vielä
40 joukkuetta.
60, niin. Aha, 1380 kuulemma lähtenyt, eli parikymmentä.
Parikymmentä, mä katson tässä näin, että hylätty ja on jonkin verran ei lähteneitä ja avoimena lukee itse asiassa minulla tässä 0, eli kaikki olisivat tulleet ensimmäisen
Mahtavaa!
Hienoa, harmi, että siellä on myös niitä hylkäyksiä ja keskeytyksiä muutamia tullut. Toisella osuudella on vielä noin reilu 200 suunnistajaa ja kolmannella osuudella se noin 1000 suunnistajaa ankkureista puhumattakaan, joita 40 nyt on maalissa ja seuraavat ovat tulossa IFK Viringyesuk Veronika Kalina on last leg, followed by Järla Orienteering, Caroline Olsson, but Caroline is coming there. Lahden suunnistajat kakkosjoukko Anna Närhi lähestyy sieltä Olssonin jälkeen kohta meidän silmien eteen ja Rasti Jussi, Satu Hasikainen ja siitä taitaa olla paras Pohjola.
No näinhän se on. Näin se on. Upea suoritus Rasti Jussien naisilta.
Takana sanotaan, että se on kuviikkiä jo viivalla, mutta näin se menee. Joskus pitää ottaa järjestysvastuu. IFK Viringyesuk Veronika Kalina bringing the team on 41st place. Caroline Olsson here punching at the last final straight. 17th fastest last runner is Olsson with a time 58.51 and bringing the team on place 42. Ja sitten Anna Närhi, ankkuroilahden suunnistajat ja Annalle iloisia uutisia. Läsänaiset tänään kolmansis. Ja sehän antaa Annalle heti pari poverin lisää itsekin tähän puristukseen.
Joo, ja sehän on aina sanottu näin, että jos on menestyvä ykkösjoukkue, niin sillä pitää olla yhtä lailla menestyvä kakkosjoukkue.
Näin on, ja Lahden kakkonen. Tänään 43. Ja kyllä se Annakin on puhistunut tuolla noin karvikossa tänään. Ja Rasti Jussi on meillä seuraavaksi odotuksessa. Satu Hasikainen näin viimeiselle Rastille ja Rasti Jussi tänään paras Pohjolaan.
No niin sitä pitää.
Mulla alkaa tartuttua murrekin tästä.
Normaalisti kun katsotaan sitä, että missä on se paras kakkosjoukkue, no nyt IFK Göteborgin kakkosjoukkue olikin sitten se paras heistä tuossa loppujen tössien jälkeen, niin kyllä se menee ehkä Tampereen Pyrinnön kakkosjoukkue.
Huomioon, että IFK Göteborgin ykkönen on sitten siellä Tampereen Pyrinnön kakkosen edellä, niin kun se IFK Göteborgin kakkonen on paras kakkosjoukkue, ja kuinka se kääntää, niin siellä on kaksi Göteborgin joukkuetta edellä, ja sitten tulee Tampereen Pyrinnön kakkosjoukkue seuraavana näistä kakkosjoukkueista. Espoon suunnan kakkonen 20. Ja Espoon suunnan kakkonen oli tänään myös Espoon suunnan ykkösen parempi, eli siellä oli nuoruus tänään vähän valtia, mutta molemmissa joukkueissa sitä nuoruutta riittää. Ja tämä iltapäivähän on sillä tavalla, tai illansuu vielä nuoria, että joukkueita on paljon matkassa ja kohta me päätetään täältä Marko ja Arto sitten Pohjolaa päätämään. Mulla se vissi jälkimmäinen aaminen vielä liian pitkäksi, mutta ei se mitään. Antaa mennä, mä kuuntelen herroja tässä illan ja katsotaan sitten, että me tarttuuko mulle yöksi. Tehdään vuorovaihtoa pienen mainoskatkon jälkeen. Kohta meillä 50 joukkuetta maalissa, se on hyvä meille tehdä vuorovaihtoa ja laittaa sitten tänne asiantuntijat lautehille. Pohjantähden kakkosjoukkue, Sanna-Maria Hatajava seuraavana tulossa sieltä maaliin. Hatajavaara ja tuo joukkueensa siellä 45, Espoon suunnan kolmosjoukkue, Elisa Viholainen, seuraavana loppusuoralla sijoitus 46. Hiiden kiertäjät, IFK Umeå, Varkas IF, Jämsä Retkiveikot, Iktiinsa Second Exxon SUK. Nämä joukkueet varoitettu ja lähestymässä ja taistelu on sinne top 50. We have here quite many teams and on few places to the top 50 open. Ja näin saadaan Espoon suunta sijalle 46, 4 paikkaa sinne on ja tuolta on 6 joukkuetta tulossa. Hetken kuluttua tullaanko näkemään pientä kivitaistelua vielä sieltä. Marita Holtz, hiidenkierteen ampurina, IFK Umeå, Liita Lindqvist, Ami Nymalma, Varkas IF, Merja Rantanen, Jämsä Retkiveikko, tämä joukko sieltä tulossa, Laura Pukiite, Iktiisa, kakkosjoukkue, pientä kirjaa sieltä pistetään ja kyllä tässä saa puristaa nyt loppuun saakka ja vieläkö Mersu kiihtyy, kyllä.
Mersulla ei ehkä ihan, nyt ei tule ihan entiseen malliin, mutta vielä vaan kovaa tulee nuorempien likkojen mukana ja kato, kyllä se lähtee, kyllä se
Mersu kiihtyy sieltä, mutta tulee todella kovaa hiidenkiertäjät ja Marita Holtz, hiidenkiertäjät siellä 47, 47. Is Marita Holtz with the team today. IFK Umeå, Liita Lindqvist, 2048. Kami Nyman karkasi 49. ja 50. on sitten Jämsän retkiveikot ja Merja Rantanen. Taakse jäävät Eksjösuko, Fanisöva 51st and Itisa 52nd in today's relay.
Hienoa Mersu, se oli hieno loppukiri.
Hyvin puristettu. Meidän on Rantsun aika kiittää kummartaa tästä. Sieltähän tulee muuten Koskivaara Eija rutistaa ja Eija oli päässyt menemään. Ja hienostihan se kolmas mikä. Kutis ykkönen ja Eija Koskivaara komeasti sieltä joukkueen vaihtoon ankkuriosuudelle. Ja tulos alle 500. Hyvin menee Eijallakin vielä. Ossu nousi loppu suoraan.
Nyt Mikko, me varmaan vaietaan.
Me vaietaan hetkeksi ja palataan kun ilta pimenee ja on Jukolan aika. Toivotetaan kaikille ankkurivennoille sille tsemppiä maastoon ja heidän loppusuoralla laittakaa parastanne. Niin pitääkin laittaa kun tullaan kohti maalia. Täällä Arto ja Marko antaa sitten tulla kunnolla.
Joo, ja mulla on vielä täällä vinkki, että nyt kannattaa myös sitten käydä tuolla ravintolatelttojen puolella täyttämässä vatsaa, jos oma joukkue on kasassa tai ankkuri lähtenyt maastoon. Ja sieltä löytyy monenlaista. Vaikka nyt ollaan Kauhavalla, niin kaikkihan tietää, että sitä meriantturaa sieltä ei saa, mutta kyllä sitä kaikkea muuta saa. Eli hyödyntäkää myös noita ravintolapalveluita ja pitäkää hauska päivä täällä, aurinko paistaa ja juhlakansa, niin hyvällä mielin eteenpäin. Meidän puolesta hetkessä aika kiitos.
Juu, ja jos ei siellä ole käynyt hakemaan, niin me ollaan vedetty kellojen viesti tällaisilla komeilla kellojen viesti paidoilla, niin kannattaa piipahtaa sinne pyörähtämään ja iskemään itselle meikäläiselläkin hameenhelman paidassa ja jopa ei ole ketään päällä. Mutta välillä äänestyöllä niin kannattaa lähteä sitten verran toimintaan, että on
Uusina lähtö on yksi sellainen asia, mikä on niin kuin, että mikä ihme se on, mutta niin yhtä hyvin voisi kuvitella, että nämä hajonnat voi olla myöskin sellainen, että ehkä täällä on matkassa nytkin joukkueita, jotka on sitä mieltä, että jos ne sanotaan, että ne hajonnat sellaiset, niin se tasoittuu siinä lopussa. Aika moni saattaa olla sitä mieltä, että ei joukkue ikinä tasoittunut, mutta ei. Mitä siihen voi sanoa?
Niin, hajota rasteja tuolla on, saattaa olla 2-4:änkin. En nyt ole perehtynyt, että kuinka paljon tässä on, mutta siellä on aina se kokoamarasti, jossa kaikki käy. Sen jälkeen saattaa olla 2-4 rastin hajota. Ja joukkueet käyvät vuorotellen sitten niillä hajotarasteilla. Ja sitten taas kokoamarastilla on sitten kaikki käyvät siellä. Sitten saattaa olla hajotaa taas siitä eteenpäin. Mutta joka tapauksessa, kun viesti on ohi, niin kaikki joukkueet